Okay, the meeting of the Transportation Commission is called to order on February 26th, 2026. And we will start with call to order and roll call, please.
Commissioner Hiley.
Here.
Commissioner Kerr. Here. Commissioner McCroskey.
Present.
Commissioner Zuba. And Vice Chair Barnes.
Present.
And Commissioner Ugalde is absent.
Okay, moving right along, we will have Commissioner Kerr read the land acknowledgement.
And I'm going to borrow your screen because mine is still logging in. And it is. The City of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to the indigenous people, especially the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed the community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The City of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you. Okay, next up is item 2, the time reserved for public comment for items not on the agenda. Persons desiring to address the advisory body on an item not on the agenda, please note that each speaker is limited up to 3 minutes. The Brown Act limits the committee's ability to take and/or discuss items that are not on the agenda. Therefore, such items may be referred to staff for comment or to a future agenda. The only item on, anybody in the audience? Oh, there's one person.
Do we have a handheld mic?
I'm a former teacher, so I have a teacher voice if you need me to use it.
We just want you to be recorded.
Okay. So, is this a...
And the mic is coming.
Oh,
There it is.
thank you. Okay. Hi. My name is Melissa Getz, and I have 3 comments. First, I want to introduce myself. I've been an Albany resident for nearly 30 years. I applied to be on this commission, but obviously was not selected because I'm not up there with you. I don't know if you looked at my application. I don't know if the city looked at my application. I don't know how the process goes. But I never heard anything about the open position after I applied. If you want to teach me how to be a better applicant, I am interested in your feedback. Second, I got involved with Connect Bay Area, and I am collecting signatures for their petition to get a half-cent sales tax or 1 cent sales tax on the November ballot. I don't know if you plan to invite someone from Save Bay Area Transit, Seamless Bay Area, Trans-Bay Coalition, or Connect Bay Area to talk at one of your Transportation Commission meetings. I have been trained on how to collect signatures and will stay after the meeting so you can sign the petition. If you are a registered voter and have not signed the petition yet, I can help you sign it. We need 200,000 signatures to get the measure on the November ballot. The petition will not pass the tax. It only gets the measure on the ballot. So voters in Alameda, Contra Costa, San Francisco, San Mateo, and Santa Clara counties can vote for the sales tax. Third, I want to point out that it is still not possible for me to get from the 500 block of Pierce Street to City Hall safely in my wheelchair using the sidewalk. I would have to cross Pierce Street at least twice to safely use the sidewalk to get through the area that used to be around the Pierce Street exit. I used to live on Washington Avenue and could get from the house I rented to here, but I can't get from the 500 block of Pierce Street to Washington Avenue using a continuous sidewalk that does not have cars parked on it. And as my husband drove me over here tonight, there are still cars parked on the sidewalk that otherwise I could have ridden, but at night, even though, yay, I have lights. I'm not riding at night anyway. Okay. I used to be able to take the local bus line 80 to get down Pierce Street instead of complaining and seeing nothing get done. I found Connect Bay Area because I want to try to keep the bus lines I currently use. There are no local bus lines for me to conveniently use in Albany since the local bus on Pierce Street was removed by AC Transit. I know there's the 18, but that's still like half a mile away for me to get to it. I wish the city had done more to convince AC Transit to keep that local bus line. One sec. Thank you for letting me make my announcements. I will be collecting signatures after the meeting. I don't want to disrupt your meeting. So I don't know if you can see my clipboard, but I'm here to collect. I didn't practice with a microphone. I'm here to collect signatures to save Bay Area Transit. I can answer any questions you might have about this. I've gone through the training. The QR code that's on the sign should take you to any website if you have questions I can't answer. And I can't answer all of them, but I can do a lot. Okay, thank you. If I can return this to the rightful owner.
Thank you.
And thank you sincerely for letting me have this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, next item, item
We
3.
have one hand raised online as well.
Sorry. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name's Brian Martin. I sent an email the other day about, I wanted to see something agendized at a meeting soon about the accident that leveled the bus stop. A lot of people have been asking about this around town, and particularly because of the debris just been laying there. That's a completely separate issue, but from one photo, it looks like a vehicle may have been traveling northbound on that side of the street, which is against the flow of traffic, and it raises all kinds of questions and what the police, if there is a police report, what it says, and what there could be done by Belmont Village and the city and this commission to try to make that area safer. Thank you.
Anyone else from the home audience?
No more hands raised.
Okay, so let's move on to the consent calendar. There's only one item on the consent calendar at this meeting, and that is approval of the minutes. Anyone like to comment on the consent calendar?
I move approval.
I'll second.
Call the item, please.
Commissioner Hiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner McCroskey,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuba,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, the motion carries. We approve the minutes, and then moving on to the discussion items for the night. I have a question first for the commission. The first two items will take, I think, a considerable amount of time, and the last item, I think, will be pretty quick, just a few minutes. So do we want to, for example, and this is just an example, we could devote an hour and a half to 4.2 and 4.3, which would take us to 10:15, and then hope to finish up the reorganization in 15 minutes. If you think both those items deserve the same amount of time, I don't have strong feelings about whether they do or not, but I just wanted to run this by commission first before we get started. Should we try to set a deadline for 4.2 to leave enough room for 4.3?
4-1 and 4-2. I think.
Yes, 4.1 and 4.2, thank you.
And yes, I think that's a good strategy for us to get out of here at a reasonable hour and still get all the work done that we have today. So I would support that. I'm not sure how we would set the timelines on that, but we just have to pay close attention to the clock.
Are we okay with 50/50? People want to do more time for I would say maybe more time for 4.2 than 4.1, but
I think the active transportation plan is going to take the majority of the time to discuss.
so that's 4.1. So more time for 4.1.
Yeah, I would expect more public input from 4.1. Another way to do it might be to switch 4.1, 4.2 and assign ourselves an amount of time.
Well, what do you think, Commission? I generally think it's not a great idea to switch the order of items because people may have decided to come at a certain time, and if you switch them around, then
Why don't we start with 4.1 and give ourselves an hour and 15 minutes on 4.1, which would take us to 8:30, I think, on 4.1.
you can just,
I think
can
we
always
have to- Yeah, I think we have to wait to see when our comment time starts. No, we have to wait to see how long the presentation is and the community questions are.
What we can do, though, is we can limit community comment time to 2 or 1 minutes rather than 3. I think that's what Michael's going for. I'm not sure, but
I don't agree with us doing that.
Another way to look at it might be to ask, or maybe, Michael, you already have asked staff which they need to get through to keep the process going first. For example, is one more important to keep a process going than the other?
Staff would like us to get through both items tonight. I would expect in terms of the presentation, the length of the presentation for 4.1 to be a longer presentation. 4.2, we do want you to discuss tonight. That one does have project delivery deadlines, but we don't anticipate it needing a lot of time for us to talk through the options we want to present.
all right, so why don't we go with Commissioner Kerr's suggestion? Let's just get going on 4.1 and reconsider where we're at 8:30.
All right.
Okay. All right, so we are ready for the report on 4-1.
Great, give me a minute to bring in our guests. And bring up the presentation. Great, thank you, Commission. I will kick us off tonight. Talk briefly about what we've been doing since last the Commission has discussed the active transportation plan, and then hand it over to consultants on the project to talk through update on the networks, what we've developed in terms of projects and prioritization, as well as programs, and then we'll end with a brief discussion of some of the project trade-offs for some of the areas that will require further study to identify which facility type would be coming out as a project, and then we'll talk through next steps in further developing the plan. So we are now in phase 3, which is really taking the goals and existing conditions work we did with the Commission, and then the draft networks that were developed in the last discussions, and really turning those into a list of projects and a discussion of how we're prioritizing those projects. We also are introducing a discussion of different programs and policies that would be non-infrastructure directly ways to implement our active transportation plan as well. So since we last discussed, we did present the draft networks to the City Council and received additional feedback on the networks, and that's reflected in the projects and networks that we're presenting tonight. And we're also presenting draft prioritized programs These were introduced at the public open house on January 22nd. Had a discussion with our technical advisory committee on these, which is internal city departments as well as peer agencies and other stakeholders. We've had an online public comment period, which we'll present some of the results from tonight as well. And we're now here at the commission discussion. And we would be looking to bring this discussion to City Council in March or April. And then following on that with a draft plan for Council's adoption. And with that, I will hand it over to Pete Rusiti and Angie Chen to present.
Justin, I think Pete still needs to be promoted to panelist.
Hold on a sec.
Great. Okay, great. I can kick us off. Angie Chen from Fair and Peers. I'm here to present on the active transportation networks. First, I'll go over the framework for these networks, and you've seen this slide before, so this is just a refresher. We're looking at the networks as a set of nested networks, and what that means is that within both the pedestrian and bike networks, we have both a base network and a high comfort network. And we're looking at the base network to meet some sort of minimum standard, and the high comfort network to be held to a higher, more robust standard, and I'll go over what that means in a couple of slides. Next slide. First, we have the draft pedestrian network, which includes city streets, multi-use paths, pedestrian paths, and staircases. The base network consists of all city streets and paths, and the high comfort network or the pedestrian priority network is highlighted in green here, which is a subset of the base network. We also have pedestrian priority intersections in orange, which represent intersections where two priority corridors intersect, as well as intersections that have been identified as a priority due to other considerations, including pedestrian demand. We presented a first draft of this network and we came to this commission in June 2025. And since then, this map has been further refined based on council input when we went to council in October, which resulted in some minor changes to the pedestrian priority intersections to reflect what we heard. Next slide. This is the biking and rolling network, which consists of multi-use paths and on-street bikeways. Within the base network, we have the high comfort network, which is highlighted in green, as well as priority bike intersections, which are broken up into signalized and unsignalized priority intersections. This map was also refined based on council input since you last saw it, and the main changes from the last time you saw this map are adding Carmel north of Solano as well as Solano east of San Pablo to the base bike network. We have taken this network a step further, the facility selection, which Justin mentioned, which means recommending specific facilities on the network, and Pete will get into that later on in the presentation when we talk about the trade-offs. Next slide. So what does it actually mean for some facility to be on the base standard versus the high comfort standard? This table shows the difference between what we would recommend for a street on the base network versus the high comfort network. Pedestrian facilities, in addition to minimum width standards and removing obstructions from sidewalks and things like that, for a high comfort facility, we'd also want to look at additional lighting, landscaping, and other amenities, as well as safety improvements at intersections. And for biking and rolling facilities, we look to NACDO guidelines to understand the minimum net standard versus an all ages and ability standard. We're also going to be referencing the bicycle level of comfort analysis we conducted in phase 1 of this project. So we would be targeting a higher level of comfort, a medium level of comfort or higher for the base network, and then a high or highest level of comfort for the high comfort network. Ultimately, this guidance results in different facilities and different treatments on streets depending on vehicle volumes and speeds. Now I'm going to turn it over to Pete to talk about projects and programs.
Thank you, Angie, and it's great to see everybody again. Sorry, couldn't be there for this meeting, but I feel like we've had quite a few conversations like this, and it usually comes to me to talk through some of the more dense stuff. So I appreciate the engagement of the commission each time, and I ask you to bear with me while we walk through some of the technical process we went through to hopefully come up with a list of prioritized corridors, projects, and programs that we can bring to the council, and that will really hopefully inform the future work program. As soon as we get this document adopted, we want to hopefully feed some projects and programs right into the city's CIP and the staff work program, so we can start to implement the highest priority things first and get everything queued up. So to There's a lot of corridors, a lot of projects. To start to kind of get our arms around that, we engaged in a pretty methodical planning and prioritization process. And if we go to the next slide, it's a very texty slide, but we tried to kind of put it in 5 basic steps of what we walk through. So first, Angie went over the idea that we have draft networks and we understand where we want to have bicycle facilities and pedestrian facilities. So we went through and looked at what's out there now and the quality standards that we would like to have, and identified places where we do or do not meet that currently. So we tried to identify gaps in the networks and corridors and intersections that don't currently meet the standards. And from that, we distilled that into essentially a list of projects, which currently are represented mainly by corridors, although there's a few different ways that those are represented, as you'll see, but mostly at the corridor level, to identify what needs to be done at those corridors to achieve the desired quality standards. To kind of pair with that, we also identified 12 different programs that are, instead of being physical projects, are things that the staff would be able to implement on, behalf of the city. And so that can be programs ranging from education, enforcement, a lighting program. There's about 12 of them that we covered, and that those would really help to support the implementation of the ATP next to the physical projects. And then what we're really going to get into here, step 4, we tried to evaluate and prioritize them for the review of this commission and for the review of the public and the council, using evaluation criteria that we developed from the ATP goals. And the 3 that you see there, we're going to keep coming back to these through my slides. Access and connectivity, meaning is there a way to get where you want to go on the network? So any sort of gaps or areas where there's not a designated facility or a missing sidewalk or something like that. So that's kind of the, does the network go where we need it to go? The second criterion is safety and comfort, thinking essentially kind of looking at the quality. Okay, maybe there's a link there, but how good is that link? Is it very, very comfortable? Are there safety issues there? How easy is it to get through each of the intersections to get there? So kind of the first one is there a link? And the second one's a little more focused on how good is that link and does it meet the standards that we want? And then the third is the community input piece, which we're going to go over some of the findings from that. As Justin noted, we had an open house last month and a 3.5-week comment period online as well. So we're going to go over some of those findings and really the results that we're going to go over. And it was in your packet, I believe also, are several different lists broken into different buckets, but the kind of big buckets are the biking and rolling projects, pedestrian and trail projects, and to note the trails include multi-use trails, so like the Greenway and the Bay Trail and things like that are in the pedestrian list, but those also can host bikes as well. And then finally, the programs, as I mentioned. So that was a lot of process there, and we're going to walk through some of the findings that we had through that process. Next slide. As I mentioned, we're going to hear about the criteria a lot. Drawn from the goals that we went over at the beginning of the project, this is really how we're going to be able to analyze and prioritize things. And I do want to preface this by noting, this is a project team analysis based on lots of data and lots of input, but it's not meant to be the end-all, be-all. This is ultimately a tool to help us kind of make judgments based on what you as a commission and the council and the city believe are the top priorities. So nothing that we see here as draft results. You can see we tried to analyze things at a very high level. Nothing here should be considered, this is the final answer, this is how it has to be, these are the final priorities. This is meant as a tool to help you consider all the factors and help us to try to prioritize things for the city's work program. But ultimately, it's the city's work program, and it's the decisions that you make and pass up to the council and make with the stakeholders that is really determines where this will go.
Quick question.
We did want to attach.
Just to clarify for the audience, there's kind of a flipping of how the numbers are used. Community input top 3 means sort of that's an important, but on the ratings column, rating 1, 2, 3, 3 is the best number. That's the highest priority, not 1. Is that correct?
Correct. Thank you. And I'm sorry that that wasn't clear. Yeah, we use this mainly in a kind of a quantitative, so to prevent it from getting really, really complicated, we tried to keep everything on a 3 scale, so it got a 1, 2, or a 3, and the higher score is better. And specifically the community input one, and we'll see a graph where this is shown, but this was on the online survey and on the paper survey that people had at the in-person meeting. We gave them a list of all the biking and rolling projects, and it was about, I think, 25 projects, and all the pedestrian and trail projects. Said, what do you think are your top 3? And we just took the sum of the number of top 3 rankings that each thing got. And we'll show a graph in a minute for each of those where you can kind of see how the results broke down. But that's what that means in the column on the right, the large number of top 3 rankings. Okay, so we can see on this chart, and again, I know this gets a little bit wonky, but just to kind of hit some of the high points, if it had a high rating in access and connectivity, again, that kind of means, does the network go where we need it to go? It means that that project would close a major gap in the network. Or if a facility was already there, but it wasn't as high capacity as we need it because it's very, very high demand, if it would make the facility higher capacity to accommodate more of that demand. So again, more, does the network go where we need it to go? Are the bones there of what we need? Then when you move over to the next category, safety and comfort, we're looking at, is it currently, if it exists, does it have a low comfort rating? Are there safety issues in terms of the collision data that we went over? And if a facility already is there, is it a substandard facility, and is it something we can make a lot better? So that's, again, kind of more of a quality type rating instead of does it go where we need it to go, how good is it, and does it meet the needs of the facility there? And the third, again, is how many top 3 votes each one got. So we're going to go over kind of what that means and look at some of the results, and hopefully that will put a little more meaning to these very wonky tables. So we could do next slide. I know it would get less wonky, but this is a very, very complicated map. In the agenda packet, I believe in the handouts, is the information that went along with this. So when people went through the open house or they were online, they saw this map. It was paired with a pretty easy to read sheet that had a short description of each project, some of the traits of that project, and where that project was in terms of if it was kind of at the beginning of the process, if it was already far along, and where that's at. So really tried to help people understand what these corridors were and what some of the improvements could be. As I mentioned, the pedestrian and trail map includes multimodal trails, so that could be things like the Greenway or the Bay Trail, which also do host bikes. This map also includes school access projects, and we talked about this, I believe, at the last meeting. Did some outreach with the schools to understand around, I think, 5 or 6 school locations, what would make the most sense in terms of mobility improvements. There are very brief descriptions in the handout, and then we have a larger project list with a little bit more detail about each project, but really wanted to try to take a lot of information and put it into a digestible format. So hopefully we accomplish that goal, but I know it's a lot of content as well. We can go to the next slide. I think we'll start to see some of the results. So this is the first one for community input. Now, again, this is just one of the 3 criteria, but this shows the kind of stacked bar shows the number of third place ranking, second place votes, and first place votes that each one got. I should point out, as you can see is written on the slide, this is based on 588 responses, which for a public meeting and some outreach, I think that's pretty good. But in terms of, relative to the size of the city, it's a relatively small sample. So we do want to keep that in mind. This isn't, a full scientific sample or vote among the city, but it was a pretty good measure of a pretty good cross-section of folks who were motivated to, come out and to read the plan and to look at the website and provide their input. So You can see the things that rose to the top really are kind of the most high demand areas, and that was something that we tended to see. I guess the things that you might expect would rise to the top, I think in many cases did, with the Greenway at the top, A Trail and Solano as kind of divided into Lower Solano and Upper Solano, which is basically on either side of Masonic. And I think we've talked about maybe making those titles a little more descriptive, but you can see those are the results of just the community input part. And then if we go to the next slide,
Pete,
I apologize,
Pete,
you're going to see.
Pete, just a quick question on the last slide. 588 responses, are those unique or are they potentially recurrent? I mean, is it one person each 588 or did I go to the screen 3 times?
I believe it's recurrent, and Angie, I'm going to ask you to confirm that, but I believe there wasn't like a name or email verification. People could, in theory,
Thank you.
vote multiple
That was my
times.
question. Thanks.
Angie, is that true?
Correct.
While we're at it, if you total up the numbers at the top of the columns, they don't total to 588.
Because they're not inclusive. They're showing us the top getters.
Right, it's the top 3. It wouldn't be 588.
Okay.
Yes, and we do have, and I don't know if it's in your packet, but we do have a full spreadsheet with all of the tabulations. We looked at a few different ways to tabulate it. You know, you could have done a weighted vote where the number 1 counted 3 times and number 2 counted twice and number 3, you know, certain points, whatever. We really wanted to keep it simple, again, to not make this overly scientific, but just to give an idea of the temperature of things that we heard. So hopefully this is clear enough, but yeah, I think there's 29 projects, how many was it? I think it was 34 projects, excuse me, for this list. So this is just the top 10 that you see here. So if there's no more questions, we'll go to the next one to combine all 3 criteria. And I apologize, you're going to see a lot of tables that look like this tonight, but this is a way, hopefully, to capture a lot of projects in one. This is looking at the overall prioritization. Sorry, was there another question?
No, I'm sorry. Bring on the tables. I'd love to see it.
Okay, bring on the tables. Thank you, Ron. So this again is a big simplification of kind of a big process with a lot of projects, but just showing kind of what rose to the top. You can see there's the 3 criteria. Each one has a simple score, 1 through 3. We went over on that prior slide essentially how we assign that. Every single project was gone through by the project team and then by city staff to come up with this. A lot of these are kind of a judgment call. And when it's just a 1, 2, 3, you know, again, you could look at some of these projects and come up with a different number. And you could say, hey, I think for access, this is a 3 and not a 2. And you could probably make a good argument for that. We feel that every rating we have in here is defensible based on the rubric that we showed you. But again, this is meant to be an overall indicator of kind of what's rising to the top and not a fully scientific, this is the final answer. So there's a lot of room in here. You know, if you were to bump a 2 to a 3, that could move a project from a total score of 6 to a 7, and all of a sudden it's in the top list. So again, we just want to look at the high-level findings here, and we do break this down into a few more buckets, if you'll bear with us. But I guess just looking very briefly at the top, the highest scoring is pretty consistent with what the community input showed. The highest scoring for the community input was the Greenway, Bay Trail, and Upper and Lower Solano, and you can see 3 of those also landed in the top. I guess how many is this? It's the ones that I got the 8s and the 7s. And so I think when you add some of the mobility analyses that staff and the project team did for access and safety, obviously that tweaks the scores a little bit, but for the most part, I think we see the ones that the community kind of rose to the top are the ones that we see in our mobility analysis also were pretty important to access, and safety, and comfort. So I think that's a good thing. It would be worse if the community wanted all this stuff and the data showed all that, and so the fact that they overlap so much, I think, is good and will help make, I think, some of the decisions easier for the city. So if we go to the next slide, we're going to break this down into a couple buckets to make this a little bit easier. So one way we wanted to categorize them is by the status or phase of the project, and every project's kind of a moving target, and so sometimes it's hard to put it in 4 different buckets, but for the most part, we really tried to put it in these buckets so we can understand which ones really haven't had much work done at all and which ones are at least have been studied or maybe are a little bit farther along. So that first stage, project initiation, we call it, is really something that's essentially is like a planner, I would say, is like a line on a map. It's an idea. It hasn't really had a whole bunch of engineering or development or planning study or anything, but it's been, an idea that's been out there. It's been proposed before. Maybe it was in the prior plan, but there really is a lot of project development that still has to be done. The next phase we call planning. This is something that's actively moving forward, and what that typically meant in terms of the way we classified it was there's been a planning study, a conceptual plan, something a little more than just a line on a map has been done. It doesn't mean the final decisions are made, and kind of one important distinction, and we're going to talk about this as we get toward the end of the presentation, is the planning phase. A lot of times the project still needs some decision making about kind of what is the project. Is it what's the impact to this? Is it going to remove parking? Is it going to have this? Is it going to have that? So it's a little more concrete, but maybe there's a few options and some of the decisions still haven't quite been made. As we move into the next phase, the design phase, that's where we're really starting to invest some resources in the project, and the project really becomes real, because that's really where we pick preferred concepts. We start to make those decisions about what the project specifically will look like, what are the dimensions, what are the impacts, and it really starts to kind of get the ball rolling. And then the final stage is what we're calling funding, and really kind of from the planning purpose, that's kind of where the planning ends, but that kind of merges, hopefully, once it's funded, right into construction, and that means the design's complete, the decisions have largely been made, and it's either actively seeking funding or it's got funding and it's kind of moving into being built. So we can go to the next slide, and I'm going to keep going. I apologize for talking so much. I have quite a few slides here, but hopefully this will help us put these things in buckets a little bit. Again, looking just at the pedestrian and trail projects. There's one project that's in the funding phase, again, meaning the design is largely complete and it's actively seeking funding, and we can see how that ranked in the middle of the pack, but pretty good in terms of access and connectivity, safety and comfort, and community input, and that is Santa Fe Avenue. There is a handful of projects in the design phase on the pedestrian and trail. The Cleveland Pierce Path over there on the west side of the city. Curb ramps for Solano, the upper Solano, that's the east of Masonic area. And then the missing sidewalk on Thousand Oaks Boulevard, just on the north side of the park and the school there. And so those are in the design phase. So again, decisions are being made, it's becoming very real, and it's moving toward hopefully funding and implementation. We go to the next slide. 2 more buckets here. These are the ones that are in the planning phase. So I guess we're kind of going from the most advanced to the lowest level of project development. So these next 3 are actively moving forward. Some planning has been done, but still requires some study and a little bit of decision making to determine really what is the project real and what are the trade-offs. Upper Solano Avenue streetscape improvements, which this council has seen before, and the city's developing a hybrid concept for it, which I think we've definitely talked about before. Buchanan Complete Streets, there was a complete street study for Buchanan, Marin, and San Pablo, which proposed some pretty good concepts in the Buchanan area, kind of just north of the City Hall, where you are right now, and then Key Route, which I think we've definitely talked about, and some options for the pedestrian corridor, potentially including median there. So those are things that are actively being planned. And then finally, this last bucket, and this isn't every single project, but these are some of the higher scoring ones, are in the project initiation phase. So again, still more like a line on a map, an idea, but something that really has to be developed more, including conceptual engineering and decision-making, depending on what the impacts of the project are. Okay, so that was a lot, and I think that gets us through the pedestrian and trail. We have kind of a similar layout for the bikeways. I'll pause there if there's any discussion or questions. Thank you all for bearing with me. If not, we're going to go through the same exercise for the biking and rolling. 26 projects. Again, these are corridors where maybe a facility exists, but it does not exist to the standard that we've outlined in the draft networks and the standards. So it might be, you know, maybe there's a bike lane that's okay, but it doesn't meet the all ages and ability standard that we have for our high comfort network. So we have identified some sort of upgrade has to happen there in order for it to meet the standards that we are seeking. And again, the project descriptions are in the survey handout. It's kind of a sneak preview to the last part of this. Some of these corridors, not all of them, but maybe a third or so of them, have some options. They have some or statements, and those or statements say, you know, things like bike boulevard or striped bike lanes or a protected bikeway. And those corridors, it requires a little more, you know, that's a pretty important decision based on impacts to parking or impacts to auto lanes or other things like that. So we wanted to make sure that we identified if there was more than one way to meet the standard that we're seeking. And we'll talk about that in the last part here, but just wanted to note that as you start to look at these project numbers and look at the project descriptions in the handout, you'll see some ors, and that's on purpose. And we're going to talk about that a little more at the end. Okay, if we go to the next slide, here is the community ratings. Again, one of 3 criteria. For this, we did get 535 responses, so a little bit less. So again, not a scientific survey, but pretty good output for a planning study. And we appreciate those who took the time to look at that very complicated spaghetti map full of corridors and let us know what they thought. So as you can see, kind of like the same with the PED, the highest demand, kind of the ones that get the most attention, are also the ones that got most votes. We talked a lot in our last meeting about San Pablo and the desire to keep that as a high priority corridor for the city, even though there's a lot of feasibility issues right now for a high quality protected bikeway, and there's a lot of regional coordination that has to happen. But I remember having the conversation with this body and also with the council that we felt that that was important to keep on the priority list. And you can see that here. The community, at least the 535 folks who weighed in, definitely agree. So that one got the most attention. And then you see Solano on there, Lower Solano, Upper Solano. That fourth one, the San Pablo Avenue cycle track and Marin intersection, that is the intersection of San Pablo and Marin and the extension of that cycle track that runs, that's a little bit south of there along the west side of San Pablo by the grocery store, to extend that all the way up to Marin intersection. And that one's already in project development. And so those, again, are what we've heard from the community. And if we then apply that or look at all 3 criteria, go to the next slide. The biking and rolling projects that rose to the top. If you look at the community input, the ones with the 3s, the ones at the top, were also scored pretty well in terms of access, connectivity, and safety and comfort. So this is all the biking and rolling projects. I don't think it's all of them, but it's almost all of them together, and you can see the overall scores. And then, like the other ones, we're going to look at them in buckets in terms of how far along are these. Go to the next slide. Thank you. For these, we wanted to highlight kind of a special category, and this gets kind of to what we were talking about the San Pablo Bikeway. We highlighted as a long-term vision, and what that really means is these priorities, especially these 2 that you see here for the bikeways, have been clearly identified as a high priority for the city. They've got a really high score for the community input, but a really high score for access and safety and all that. But they are constrained by a combination of factors, one or more factors. Substantial size, being very, very complex, having a high cost, or again, having thoughts about regional coordination or ownership considerations, and the city's ability to do those improvements in coordination with some of those other parties. And so the big one on there that we heard about for sure is the San Pablo Ave Bikeway. As it's written there, it received really strong turnout and support from the folks who came. It does require regional coordination. We've talked about it a lot. There are some near-term things that are happening with Alameda CTC, but there's a long-term vision for protected bikeways on this section of the street. So that's something that we want to definitely highlight as a top priority, but to recognize that it's not something the city can necessarily put into its CIP tomorrow, and it's going to require much more project development and coordination. The second one on that list, the Lower Solano Avenue Bikeway, again, what we've been calling, I guess colloquially, Upper Solano is east of Masonic as it kind of goes uphill a little bit. Lower Solano is west of Masonic. And after the Upper Solano Avenue project has been worked out and is working through, we hope to be able to implement that, something similar on the lower section as well. So that's in the long-term vision. And then on the right side of the slide, there's just a few listed that are from the bikeway and trail projects that also are kind of in the long-term vision category. They were not necessarily as high scoring in terms of the prioritization, but things that, again, require regional consideration, ownership issues, size, complexity. So things that we do want to identify in a document, but that may require a little bit more coordination, like I mentioned. Go to the next slide. We're going to look at a couple more buckets, and then we are almost there. Kind of again, going from the higher level of development to the less development, the projects you see in the first list, those 4 are in the design phase. So that means that design decisions are actively being made and it's really moving forward, and the city is investing in those projects already. And so you can see San Pablo Avenue cycle track and Marin intersection, like we talked about, Haynes and Adams, and the Buchanan East Shore undercrossing, which is kind of just under the, it's the undercrossing over there on the west side. Those are in the design phase. As we move down one level to the planning phase, these 4 projects are actively moving forward, but are going to have additional study and decision making, and you can see they also all scored fairly high. Upper Solano, as we know, is in progress. Adams Carlson is that connection on the north side of the city there. Key Route Bikeway and Jackson Adams Bikeway connection as well. And if we go to next slide, again, a lot of bike projects, but just wanted to kind of be able to hit all 4 buckets. In terms of the ones that are in the project initiation phase, that are essentially lines on a map at this point or ideas, there's quite a few, and these are some really good candidates for the city to advance and move forward. If we see some of these that are a high priority, kind of launching some of the next phase for these in terms of really looking at the conceptual engineering, making design decisions, and really doing kind of corridor level design, like doing a real outreach process based on that specific corridor. These would be some really good candidates for it, and you can see ones that have risen to the top there. Lower Marin, kind of using the same type of system, kind of that's like the west side of Marin, kind of west of Masonic or the BART. Washington and Brighton, 2 very important east-west corridors. Albert, north-south one that we discussed, I believe, at the last meeting, and see as we go down the list. Okay, we're almost there. Next slide. Pivot a little bit. Thank you all for staying with me. Programs, again, like I touched on a little bit before, programs are really, they're not necessarily physical projects, although some of them can involve physical improvements, but it's really ongoing efforts by the city to implement things to support the network build out and the projects that we went over. And just like the projects, these are things that require investment by the city and staff time to be able to implement. And so although I think we would probably say all these things are pretty important and we like to do all of them, the reality is that we do want to do all of them, but we want to be able to identify which are the first ones that staff should put in their work program in terms of either getting a planning study launched, getting physical projects into the CIP, trying to work with council to pass a certain ordinance, things like that to really have the city work on first. And so we gave a similar survey to the community to understand how they felt about it, and then we evaluated them at the project team level. So if we go to the next slide, see the ones that rose to the top from the community. There is a little bit of drop off here, as you see in lots of elections, things at the top of the ballot get a lot of votes and people kind of drop off. So we only had 167 responses here. So a small number, but I think what we see here is pretty consistent with the outreach we've heard. We've done 3 phases of outreach through this project and got a lot of free-form comments about a lot of the projects. This is very much in line with a lot of the issues and opportunities that people have identified before. Pedestrian visibility and safety, speed management, lighting for sure was a big one that we've heard about, intersection treatments, things like that really are the things that we've been hearing about for the whole project. So although this is a small sample size, I do think in my judgment this is pretty accurate to what we've been hearing over the course of the whole project. If we go to the next slide, combining that with the 3 criteria, because these are programs, we couldn't really identify or we couldn't really evaluate them in terms of access and connectivity and safety and comfort in the same way that we would evaluate a node or a link in the network. So we just really looked at cost and benefit overall alongside community input. And you can see the ones that rose to the top. 3 of those 4 are right at the top: speed management, pedestrian visibility, intersection treatment. So essentially at the kind of the staff level, we also felt that they scored really high in terms of high benefit and relatively low cost. The one that the community ranked pretty highly, that did not rank so highly for us here, is lighting, and you can see that down about 2/3 of the way down. The main thing that hurts that is that to implement a lot of lighting improvements, there is a high cost. So you can see the cost rating got the 1, which is the worst, which means kind of the highest cost. However, I think you could, and like we talked about, some of these ratings or judgment calls, you could say that the benefit could be a 3 instead of a 2. And if we felt that it was a really high benefit and we upgraded that to a 3, all of a sudden it's got a score of 7 and it's up there with top 3. So again, that shows that this is a tool to help us kind of focus our thinking and think about what's important, but changing one of the rankings could change things a lot. So it's not the end-all be-all of it's not a substitute for the judgment of this commission or the council or the community, but it's hopefully a tool to kind of show us what might be the best things to implement. Okay, we're done with that section. I appreciate you going with me on that, and I know I said a lot of things really quickly, so I hope it was communicated clearly. The last section we
Can
want
I-
to discuss.
Can I ask a question about the last slide? My assumption is that we're trying to identify a discrete number of initiatives that staff would take on outside of the other projects with this page. I mean, with this selection process for these items, for programs. And that many of these things would be considered in projects anyway. Is that correct?
Yes, at the individual project level, I think a lot of these things would be. And I guess this is more of like, what things should we address at a programmatic level, at a citywide level?
Great.
Potentially. So would the city have a speed management program where at a citywide level, they would say, these are the criteria, these are the streets we want to lower, and this is the way we want to, kind of change that at a citywide level, so you can evaluate, and especially for things like pedestrian visibility, that probably would filter out to be a series of projects, for certain things, and you begin to prioritize which intersections would we do first, or what would be the specific design standard that we would use to evaluate every corner and understand, the distances and all that stuff. So I think the answer, and Justin, you can chime in if you also understand that to be the same from the staff level, but this is more about programmatic citywide implementation, whereas the projects are more focused at just the corridor level.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, the last part is really, I don't know if this helps to explain the project descriptions and what those or statements mean. It's just 2 slides. Really, it's kind of meant to tee up what's going to happen after we adopt the ATP. As we advance some of these important corridors, as I mentioned, some of them are going to require some trade-offs and some decision-making. And while we tried as best we could to make a specific recommendation for corridors, some corridors have more than one way to meet the standard, and they have different levels of impact in terms of, for instance, whether or not we would need to remove parking on one or both sides of a certain street in order to fit a certain type of bikeway in there. Because we were not studying the corridors at an individual level and doing outreach to the community about one corridor and every single option, and doing a specific corridor level study, we didn't necessarily want to make project level decisions like that. We also didn't want to go ahead and assume, well, if this one's going to remove parking, then we can never do it, so we'll just kill it now and say this is only going to be shared lane. We wanted to preserve the opportunity for the city to implement these projects in multiple ways. And so for some corridors, we stopped short of coming up with a specific project recommendation. And I know if you live on that street, you probably want to know, well, which one's it going to be? Like I want to know. We tried to do that to the best extent that we could, but again, understanding that some corridors are going to require a lot of attention and a lot of focus on those impacts. We didn't want to prematurely say, oh, well, we'll just remove parking here, because that's something that has to be studied more and really understood by everyone who lives on and uses those corridors. So without further ado, if we can go to the next slide. This is specifically looking at bikeways, and I guess I should have noted that in the beginning. For the pedestrian corridors, our standards are pretty straightforward. If there's a missing sidewalk, we want the sidewalk to be there. The city has pretty good standards for sidewalks and street design, ADA and all that stuff. So for the most part, where there were really trade-offs we had to look at was in choosing bikeway facilities. And there's a lot of really good guidance from NACTO and from AASHTO that can help us with different types of bikeway facilities. Like I said, when we follow that guidance, in some places we found multiple ways to achieve. And that's what you see here on this map. And hopefully it's big enough on your screen that you can see it pretty well. But all the colored corridors are specific facility types where we've been able to identify, if you want to get to this standard, this is what you got to do, for the most part. And there's a much bigger project list with a lot of information about how we got there. And so we can talk about any specific street. But in general, we have specific facility recommendations for most of these. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's 8 corridors that are kind of in that gray dashed lines that you see there, where we've identified multiple options, multiple ways to get to the standard that we've set. So we wanted to make sure the city understood what those options were and to not necessarily cross any of them out right now at this level. But what that means is that when those corridors do come up for project implementation, there's going to be some trade-offs and some decisions. And we wanted to prepare everybody for that and for what's going to probably come up. And these are the things that can get a little bit tricky and can get a little bit like we've seen with the Solano, maybe half the room wants one and half the room wants the other. And it really has to be evaluated at the corridor level with a lot of sensitivity, which is why we didn't want to kind of do it at this high level. So if you go to the next slide, the most classic example, and this is my last slide. Most classic example we have that we see in a lot of places, and that box right in the middle that said bike boulevard treatments or separated bikeway or striped buffered bike lanes. That was screenshotted right out of one of the project descriptions. And if you look in the handout with the project descriptions, you'll see that for those, I think, what did I say, 8 corridors. We wanted to look at what does that really mean. On the left, we see what bike boulevard treatments can mean. And hopefully this isn't totally new info because we've looked at the toolkit a lot and we've talked a lot about these things. But a bike boulevard treatment on a typical city street would hopefully have traffic calming to reduce motor vehicle speeds. It may even have traffic diversion like you see in that picture on the right there. There's a lot of those down in Berkeley, right next door, where we really try to limit the auto traffic on the streets. Those can really help to bring to preserve shared lanes where bikes have to share lanes with cars, but to really bring down the speed and the volume of those cars to make it a comfortable shared space. On the con side, as you can see written there, in order to make that a comfortable shared space, we need to get, for all ages and abilities, down to 20 miles an hour and less than 2,000 cars a day. If it's not all ages and abilities kind of on the base network, that goes up a little to 25 and 3,000. But it's pretty hard to get that on some streets. And, I don't want to say we can't do this, but we want to do it with caution if we say, oh, this is a bike boulevard, but the the speed or the volume exceeds that, then it's really not getting to the comfort level that we are saying that it should be and that the bike boulevard standard really is. So sometimes it can be hard to get there, and that might mean a lot of traffic calming, might mean diversion, or it might mean we can't get there, depending on how in demand that street is, without something more drastic. And even if it does work, of course, on the automobile side, that can reduce access for cars. It can obviously slow them down. That's the point. And in some cases, if you make a certain street pretty difficult for cars, then you see some spillover traffic on the other streets that don't have those treatments. So there are some pros and cons there, and it's just less comfortable for bikes to share. On the other side, we could take the same street and implement separated or striped bikeways like you see in the diagram and in the photos. And there's for sure some great examples in the city and all over the East Bay. That physically separates biking and rolling from cars. And especially if there's not a ton of driveways, or if you can really try to create a lot of visibility there, it can really be a high standard for safe and comfortable biking for all ages and abilities. Obviously, that often comes at the expense of either on-street parking or a travel lane, or maybe some other uses that we want, like a parklet or restaurant seating or things like that. So this is a very classic trade-off that we see. I think we've seen it on Solano and on lots of things, and wanted to, again, explain more about when you see those ors, what that means, and why we didn't want to take a strong position. We wanted to preserve options. This is something that this commission and that the council is going to have to face as we start tackling some of these tricky corridors, is what type of standard do we want to get to, and what are the trade-offs? So with that, I think I've said all the parts I need to say. Happy to answer questions, and I think Justin's going to talk a little bit about next steps and where we go from here.
Thanks, Pete. Yep, so from here, this really is the final phase in the development of the active transportation plan. So we would be bringing this discussion with hopefully a recommendation on prioritization from the commission to city council for discussion. We would be looking to, after city council discussion, to package this all into a draft document, which we would bring back to city council for their adoption. We are looking to potentially develop some of the projects that could benefit from some visual communication about some of the elements that are in those little project descriptions to help give a little more, communicate better what some of these projects will entail, that we're hoping to also be able to put into the top projects that are coming out of this, that would be the ones we would be needing to start developing. And with that, I think we'll stop there and pause for questions.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Sarah.
Oh, okay. I have a couple questions. The first one is if you can give us as specific guidelines as possible about what you want to leave here today with. We've already talked about how this could end up in a very long discussion. So any sort of guidance of we need, the top 10 projects for biking and the top 10 projects for pedestrians, or we want you to take these prioritizations and, just discuss the ones that have been highlighted, or whatever you can give us to help guide our discussion would be really helpful. And then 2 is, how should we handle some of these projects that are have multiple components? So for instance, we have the Upper Solano bike infrastructure is one project, plus the ADA curb ramps is another project, plus the Upper Solano streetscape improvements, which I can imagine those would all be kind of combined together and impact each other. So how should we be thinking about these projects that are described discretely or separately on this document, but in reality are likely things that are going to be coupled together?
Those are good questions. So in terms of what we're looking for in feedback from the commission, really what we're trying to develop is project prioritization. So we've shown you the analysis and methodology we put together for our project list and how we prioritize amongst that. So we're looking for feedback on that prioritization approach. Are we reflecting the goals that were set out adequately at the start of the project and how we are establishing those priorities. Are there things that, doesn't seem like we're on the right track to what the commission feels should be our priorities? That's the feedback we're looking for so that we are adequately reflecting the priorities out of this plan that we want to be, to be elevating in terms of what projects develop. In terms
I'm
of...
sorry, you trailed off. I missed the end of the sentence.
Our goal is that prioritization that comes out of this plan adequately reflect what should be the city priorities for and staff to take, as these are the things we should be working on to develop into projects, and how we go about that. So we're looking for this to be the guidance document on how we develop future projects and which ones we should be really working on first. In regards to your question on scope, some of that will depend on how we work on implementation. So we're not, especially the ones that are in the project initiation category, I think we're just trying to reflect these are the desired elements on the bike or ped side, and it'll be a project development, I think, decision on how we best should scope that. For ones that are in development in a different phase, we've tried to adequately reflect what we have worked on. So, for example, the Solano example you brought up, we presented them as two projects. There's the quicker ADA curb ramp improvements that we are under deadline to do. That one we have to do on a particular time. That one is moving into design because that one has to be delivered separately at this point. But we've tried to describe the biking as well as the pedestrian elements that would be reflected from the prior discussions and those networks in a streetscape project for Masonic East, because that's what we've been talking about, as it really needs a streetscape level work for that. And so now we've had some discussion on what bike elements should be in there. There's been some, I think, to meet our pedestrian priority network goals here, there would be some pedestrian elements to that as well. And those, yeah, as a streetscape project would be packaging both of those. They wouldn't proceed as separate projects. But for others that are project initiation, I think it would just depend on the scope of the project. Some of them, especially when they are pedestrian priority corridors as well as bike corridors, likely would go as a streetscape project, kind of like what we're doing with Marin Avenue now, where we're doing enhancements to the pedestrian as well as the street realm at the same time.
Thank you. Those were my two questions.
I'm sorry, Justin, if I can just add to that. I think those are really great responses by Justin, but that's kind of one of the reasons why we wanted to look at this at the corridor level. And when we first started looking at these, we looked at them as corridors, bike ped combined, knowing that in the event that we went in to implement something, it most likely would be, especially for the higher priority corridors, a streetscape project. But we felt that especially going out to the community and the public, merging them as one project made it really hard to understand what is the project, because oftentimes the biking realm is within the curb to curb in the actual street. The pedestrian realm is in a different space that's usually right next to it, but on the outside. And we felt that it muddled the projects too much to say, well, the ped would be this and the bike would be this, and this is the whole corridor. So we broke them apart to hopefully make the individual pieces easier to understand. You make a great point that if we were to implement certain corridors, we probably would take the ped elements that were desired and the bike elements and put them together as a single streetscape project, if that made sense.
Follow-up question on implementation. So there are certain examples for projects that are in different phases of implementation but have different rankings. For example, there's one project for the pedestrian and trails that is the highest priority in the project initiation phase. But then there's another project in the funding phase that has a lower overall ranking. So I guess the question is like, how would you balance the overall ratings with the implementation phase? And do the ratings or the phase kind of dictate your priority for action?
Well, generally with project advancement, we need projects in various stages of development to keep a pipeline of projects moving. So we tried to keep in here everything that isn't already a fully funded CIP project, and there is no resource allocation decisions that we need to make. So ones that are in there that is just design or funding means we have scoped. You've probably talked about the project as a advisory body on it before. It's in the development queue, but we still have not identified how to get all the way through funding and building it. So we're not really looking for this process to second guess projects that we've already had policy direction to develop in the past, but there is still a need to prioritize. If we've got 5 projects that are still waiting for funding, like there is still room for prioritization to inform which one of those things we need to get in the ground first.
Okay, so really it's helpful to prioritize within each phase so you know what to prioritize in each of those phases. It's not going to influence, I guess, like across the different phases. You're still working on each phase.
Yeah, in my mind, prioritization within stages of development is what is the most useful.
Thank you. And then this is probably a question for Pete, which thank you for the presentation. How do you guys plan to communicate all this information, specifically the priorities in the active transportation plan document? Like, would it be in these tables? Is it descriptions? Like, yeah, what format?
Great question. Similar to what you see now, generally in the ATP document, you would have kind of, once you show the, kind of like what we do now, once you show the networks, here's we want here, and then we would have probably an appendix in the back with a full project list that would be a table. We would have the project info with a description, maybe a sentence or two or a paragraph saying what the project is. And then in the actual document itself, because that long list would be several pages and pretty wonky, in the actual document itself, we usually would try to highlight certain categories or buckets of projects, kind of like you saw tonight, but hopefully be able to say, okay, there's 150 projects and see the appendix for all of them. But here's the very top ones that we felt were the highest priority to be done first. Here's a subset of projects that are just for the schools and their status. And here's the subset of projects that are already in the funding phase and they're already moving forward. And maybe by the time the document's a year or two old, they may already be in the ground. And so I think the full project list is for sure a tool, and that really is kind of probably the most useful tool at the technical and staff level to move things forward. But the document itself would try to show some highlights and summaries and categories of those. The high priority, the subcategory for schools, subcategory for things that were already moving when the document was adopted, things like that. And then obviously a map as well, because we love maps. Does that answer your question? And do you have any suggestions? If there's any way you'd like us to communicate it, we certainly could pull that in.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, that helps. I have another question. So there were many public comments made in past surveys, phases, at different meetings that were probably more project specific that I think were deferred to this phase 3. So I was wondering how those comments from the previous phases were kind of reserved, how those were incorporated into this final phase.
Yeah, thank you, and I can take that, Justin. We have a really big database of all those comments that we got, and most of them are geocoded. Most of them are mapped, as I think we saw from the prior. There's like a heat maps we did for each phase. So most of those also are on the map, and everything is searchable as well. So I guess we've not quite adopted a format for how that's going to be published in the document, or if we actually want to publish those, or just kind of keep those as a staff record, if we necessarily want to publish every single comment, because it does get messy. But the goal would be that when it comes time to study an individual corridor, we can, by the mapping function and just by the plain search function, look for every time someone said Brighton, that we can take a look at all those comments. So we can take this big, I mean, it's like thousands of comments, and distill them down. Here's the 210 comments we got about Brighton in one way or another. And then that can help to inform at the project level what folks were saying. Now, it is true that by the time some of these projects get to being done, some of those comments we collected back in 2025 are going to be pretty stale, and you probably will want to do some fresh outreach to understand it. But it's a really great snapshot in time of all the things we heard about all these different projects. So that is our goal. We have a digital database, and are still working with staff on how we want to publish that or communicate that, or whether we want to keep that as a staff reference.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. My last question is about how you've applied the NACTO guidelines that you talked about using, because at least for, I guess I'll take volume and speed separately. But volume, as you noted, there's a range, specific, I guess, using bike boulevards, for example, between 500 and 2,000. So I was curious, I think you mentioned you guys are using the upper range, or the upper value of that range. So wondering kind of what the significance of the range is, like the lower end.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, NACTO didn't want to be too prescriptive because they were trying to apply a national standard, and every street's different. So I think, like with a lot of these things, they often kind of give you a range to be able to use localized judgment, engineering judgment, things to understand, is this really comfortable or is it not? And actually, that's one of the reasons why at the beginning of the project, we did kind of we did what the book said to rank comfort, and then we had the community weigh in on it. And for a few streets, people were like, hey, your data may show that's comfortable, but I don't find that to be comfortable at all. So I think a range is meant to allow for judgment. We often call the NACTO standards because they kind of view them that way, but really they're guidelines. They're not binding by the law or anything, and they're really guidelines. So in the spirit of guidelines, they usually do a range. For our purposes, we wanted to kind of assess kind of an actual limit, an actual edge. So you're right that we used a larger number, although I think for the all ages and abilities table, I believe there may be a few different versions, but I believe it does give a single number for some of those. But I'm not sure. Again, there's a few different references. But for the most part, we kind of tried to say that outer edge, and this is the most cars that it could have, or the highest speed that it could have, and still be called a bike boulevard. That helps to answer the question.
Yeah, that did help. Thanks. And then on the speed side of that, NACTO is not too prescriptive about the exact speed data to use. So did you use like the mean or 85th percentile, or was there a consistent?
We used, and Justin, you'll have to help me, we got some great speed data from the city. There was a variety of ages of the speed data, but we used the freshest data we could find for each corridor. In some cases, if it was, for the most part, we tried to look at the corridor level. So data may be different for different blocks. So we tried to kind of get the most representative sample that we could for each block, again, using some judgment. Justin, I believe it was an ADT average daily traffic for the volume, and for the speed, I have to check our spreadsheets if it was 85th percentile or average speed. I feel like it might have been. Now I'm not sure. I may have to get back to you on that. Try to look it up really quick right now. You recall, Justin?
I think the data we collect had both, so I'm
Okay. You'll have to flip
to
it
be
right
which
back in
which
there.
you ended.
I do know for the level of comfort analysis, we use 85th percentile.
85th. Okay, thank you, Angie. So that may be it. If I find something different, I'll let Justin know. But I think that sounds right.
Okay, thanks. And actually, I lied. I have one more. And then it'll be it. Just a little difference I noticed on Talbot specifically on the map you showed for the weighing project trade-offs. It looks like it was shown as a bike boulevard, but then in the description for bike projects, it is listed as a bike lane for a portion of it, and bike boulevard isn't mentioned in that description. So am I missing something?
Let me look at Talbot once. There's a northern section of Talbot that I think is different. That northern block, I think, is different than the rest of it. So that may be difference. Let me just check on that.
By northern, are you talking about that segment between Brighton and the plaza?
Yes,
City limit, yeah.
where it's one way for that one block. It's caring for the current ATP that calls for a counterflow cycling lane.
So I think that might be the distinction for the most part. I think we tried to really look at these at the corridor level, but yeah, because the street changes north of Brighton, that one section of Talbot I think is a little bit different. And I'm looking at our more detailed project description. And north city limit to Brighton, southbound Bike Boulevard, and then a northbound contraflow buffered bike lane is what was proposed for the north side. So that's why you see, I think it shows bike lane on the network map there. Or does it show? Yeah, it shows mixed project types. So a mix of a bike lane and a bike boulevard for that northern section. And then south of Brighton, bike boulevard treatments to try to get it to below 20 miles an hour.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? Questions from the audience?
I'm sorry. In the interest of time, since it's 5 minutes until our self-imposed deadline, I'd like to propose that we take the naming discussion off the table for this evening. I think that can be done offline from this process.
Sorry,
Naming of the Solano regions.
I'm confused. That was agendized item? What are we talking?
No, it was not agendized. It was added to this item.
That's fine.
I would propose that we agendize it at our next meeting.
That's a motion. What do we do? What do we need?
If there's feedback on how those projects are described, happy to take them here or offline.
Well, I'd really rather discuss the priority of the projects than what we call them. That seems like the priority this evening. Not that we have enough time to do that. Pardon me, I just want to be very clear. I appreciate the presentation and the material that's laid out in a very transparent way. Thank you. Any frustration you may sense from me is related to the magnitude of the project and the limit of the time. Thank you. So I'm proposing that we table discussion of naming of the projects and the sections of Solano in the interest of time.
Works for me.
Do you want a motion to put it on the next agenda? I don't think we need that.
It was never formally voted, so there's no reason to have a motion to not to do it, because we never had a motion to do it.
So I have,
So moving on.
right, often the timing of projects is driven by the paving plan. To what extent have the scoring of any scoring been related to the paving plans for places like Key Route been evaluated?
That's really a delivery question. It's not come into how we've been scoring priorities.
Okay. So it has not been added in because it's a delivery issue. Okay. I am prepared. I'm going to mention a proposed program without discussing it so that the public has a chance to respond and give an opinion.
Was this something that the public could have,
You're not on mic.
was this something that the public could have seen on the agenda? Because if it's not, then we really shouldn't discuss it.
So You're saying that if it's not in the presentation, we can't discuss it?
Well, I think there's a fine line. I mean, we don't have our city attorney here, but we try as a rule to agendize any important item that we'd like to discuss at a meeting. Otherwise, the public can't participate in the discussion because they're not aware it's happening. I'm a little confused here.
So, the commission has the basic program of discussing things involved in safety and traffic, and we're making a plan. So,
Yeah, well, the question is this really part of the purview of the discussion?
Can-
It was agendized, or is this something else?
Can you form it in a question of why was this not included as one of the projects?
I think I can. But there would be some debate over whether it was a project or a program. So with the Vice Chair's permission, I will pose a question. When we come back, you can say whether we can discuss it or not.
I'm sorry, when we come back from what?
Well, after I propose it, then why don't you see if it fits into the program of the evening or not?
That's a legal decision that the city attorney should be making, not me.
We don't have access to the city attorney at our meetings. Okay, so I'm going to ask the question. You're the chair. You get to make that call.
Okay. Well,
Great.
Please, go ahead.
Great. Yeah. Given that there have been 4 or 5 pedestrian deaths in the last 25 years in Albany, and there have been 2 at-grade railroad deaths in the last 9 years, well, that gets a little too opinionated, doesn't it? And that there is a fence on one side of the railroad tracks and not the other that is not maintained. Why does the idea of avoiding at-grade railroad crossing in Albany not appear as a safety pedestrian project or program?
I think that's a reasonable question.
Thank you.
Comments from the staff?
Railway safety. If the commission thinks that that should be something within the purview of the active transportation plan, I think we would entertain introducing that. It's not really a pedestrian facility or a bicycle facility, so that is, I believe, why it is not something that we have considered as part of our active transportation plan to date. Folks illegally using a rail corridor as a pedestrian facility is not really something we design projects towards.
But certainly, I can chime in, a rail safety program, education program, enforcement program, things like that could be part of this. It could be part of a number of plans, a number of safety plans, and obviously we'd want the plans to work together and point at the same thing. So like Justin said, if it's an at-grade crossing where there's a designated pedestrian facility to go there, that would be something we would definitely want to look at. If it's a matter of kind of trespassing in the rail, certainly maybe something at the programmatic level. But if this commission and the council felt we should have a pedestrian project that improved that safety, you can put it in your plan for sure.
Right, then I would suggest that that's an interesting idea. I think it's,
Wait, is that an opinion? Should we go to public comment?
we have to make a decision about whether or not we're going to include this in a discussion because it was not really agendized. So
Fair enough.
I was explaining that although I think it's interesting, I think it needs to be agendized at a later date and perhaps included in further iterations of the active transportation plan if, upon further reflection, the staff think that's the place it belongs. It might belong as a standalone item. I think to include this right now at this point tonight is not something I would recommend.
We are looking for feedback on our project list and on our program list. So if there are things that our project list is not reflecting and the commission desires us to be including in that, I mean, I think that is the topic of discussion. I don't know that we would come back as a separate discussion for additional project lists unless we couldn't conclude that discussion tonight.
Okay, so what's your recommendation?
I think if there's desire for this to be included in the project list or the program list, that I think is within the topic of discussion for tonight's.
Okay, well, if you're comfortable with it, let's just hold it to that we are going to consider a project and adding that project to the list, but not really.
Or a program.
A program, fine, but not really have a discussion of the details of such an item.
We don't have time to discuss any details.
That's what I suggested at the beginning of the meeting. So, are we done? Can we move on?
I don't have any more questions.
All right, so can we get a count? We will move on to hearing questions from the public. Anyone here in the audience? What do we have queued up from? I'm sorry, go ahead.
May I talk?
Yes,
Okay.
Were you giving everybody 3 minutes?
I don't know yet.
I once again, want to introduce myself. I'm Melissa Getz, and you can email me at melissagetz@gmail.com. You do not have email addresses on the website, so I cannot email you directly. I can try it. Don't want to get feedback now. Anyway, if you, sorry.
I didn't want feedback, so let me turn that on for you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. I lost my train of thought. Anyway, if you want to know more about what I'm going to be talking about, you can email me, like I said, melissagetz@gmail.com. I will be happy to fill you with pages of descriptions. I took the survey, so I'm familiar with the slide that I want to refer to. I cannot refer to the slide because the presenters did not provide a digital copy of the slides, so I cannot tell you which slide to refer to. Likewise, they did not provide paper copies of the slides, so I cannot look at my flip sheet and tell you which one to refer to. In fact, I don't even think there was a sign-in sheet for you to get my name and email address, which is why I've provided it to you orally. I bring this up because last week I've gone to 2 commission meetings in Oakland, and all of their presenters gave their slides digitally, and when I showed up in person, I had a paper copy. So that's a notice to the presenters, has nothing to do with the commission. You guys are excellent. Thank you for volunteering for these positions. I want to point out with the presentation that, oh, okay, thank you. There's a binder. Okay. And if I can come back and look, and I will let you know. The 500 block of Pierce Street has been excluded from every proposed plan. The Cleveland to Pierce Street connection does not have access to the 500 block of Pierce Street. The 500 block of Pierce Street can get to San Pablo Avenue by walking on a path that runs alongside 535 Pierce Street. The other side of the creek, that's one side of the creek. The other side of the creek is the Pacific East Mall. I've been using mobility equipment since 2004. I've gone from using a cane to a rollator to a 3-wheeled scooter to the wheelchair. None of those assistive devices would be adequate to get me down the pathway along 535 Pierce Street. I mentioned that in the survey, so if you've read the comments in the survey, that's from me, and you can more than welcome to email me if you want to know more. So I just wanted to point out that, once again, the 500 block of Pierce Street is being excluded. We are an island. We do not have a way to safely get to Pierce Street on pavement, and that is not in any of their presentation. They did not do a thorough job of assessing Albany. We're only 10% of the population. All of the units at 535, 545, and 555 are individually owned. We are no longer
Sorry,
rentals.
your 3 minutes is up.
Is
Can
that-
you
okay.
conclude, please?
Email me, I'll tell you more. Thank you very much for listening.
And also, correct me if I'm wrong, Justin, but the EC email address does reach each of us, every one of us. Is that correct? So that email message will get to all of us. If you want to keep talking and let us know, you can just do it by email. We'll all see it. Okay.
Can we get the countdown on the screen so that people who are speaking can see how much time they have left?
There it is, yeah.
Thank you.
In the room, the count number is there, and then I think when folks are talking virtually, it's on the screen at this.
Okay, can we get a head count of people who would like to speak?
There are 3 virtual hands raised.
3 virtual hands. Well, I suggest that we can give them 3 minutes. That's reasonable, huh? We don't need to shorten that up. So let's hear from the virtual audience, please.
Are there any other in person?
No.
Go ahead.
You can hang on to the binder.
Hi, my name's Carrie Schulman. I live near the middle school and my kids attend the middle school in Ocean View Elementary. First of all, thank you so much for all your hard work creating the ATP. I really appreciate the level of detail you've used and the quantitative metrics you've used. Just a few notes on my experience with the survey. The screen changed after filling out the survey, so it did not allow me to submit it multiple times. There's a question about that. And also, the survey specifically said the order that you select them does not matter. So I did not put any thought into the ranking of my selections. And I suspect that many other people did not prioritize their rankings either. So maybe don't look too much into the rankings. It's a bummer, but I'm not surprised to see that the SPA Bikeway is considered constrained and will have to be demoted to a long-term project. But given this, I ask that you please prioritize the Adams-Carlson connection, since in the entire distance between Pierce and Masonic, that's the only proposed alternative for an unobstructed northbound connection. I also ask that you prioritize Keynes and Adams bikeways, since the SBA bikeway is being demoted despite by far having the most votes. Any votes towards SPA should be transferred to Keynes, Adams, and the Adams-Carlson connection. I also ask that you prioritize both Solano Ave bikeways. The best alternative currently available is to bike on the sidewalk, which isn't good for pedestrians or cyclists. We really need a bikeway on Solano. Please also prioritize a Key Route bikeway to enable high schoolers to safely bike to school. Prioritize either the Village Creek Path or the Jackson Adams bikeway to enable Ocean View students to safely bike to school. Prioritize the Buchanan crossing at Pierce Street. I've had countless close calls with cars turning right from Pierce to Buchanan, and it's just a matter of time before someone gets hit there. And please prioritize the Ohlone Greenway path, especially separate paths for slow versus fast movers. With the increase of e-bikes, everyone's going to be a lot happier if we create separate paths for slow versus fast movers on the Ohlone Greenway. And one last point, considering that ATPs are rarely updated more than once a decade, please include all of the suggested items in the ATP. There are so many exciting ideas here, and we should hold on to them with the hope that someday they can all be completed. So that's everything I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
Hi, my name's Brian Martin. I live on Adams Street near the bowling alley and the Hillside neighborhood. For pedestrian aspects, I was disappointed to see the Hillside part did not seem to be in the top 10 or wasn't very high up in its ranking, but it is the single place in the city where there's absolutely no passable sidewalks for a number of sections, number of parcels. And even where there are sidewalks, there's maybe just a few inches of sidewalk on either side of a telephone pole, and no curb cuts in a bunch of it. So where we're sweating the details on the angle of a curb cut here or there, or all kinds of other things, I think that just having nothing going to something is should be prioritized. We heard someone tonight twice talk about how she couldn't get from Pierce Street to the city hall through the way she wanted to go, involving hillside access and things. And so that is something to consider. A number of people are renters who live around me, and I don't know if they are as actively engaged in the surveys as people in other parts of town. And so it could be that some of their desires were not reflected in that way. And it's also an equity issue, since I know Hillside is the lowest income area and qualifies for state matching funds for certain parks projects that other parts of the city don't. I wanted to second the speaker who said that the San Pablo Avenue Bikeway, as much as that would be desired, the city did debate that quite a bit before. And as you said, there's lots of practical reasons why it couldn't be implemented right away, and that Adams and Keynes, those votes should be spilled over to Adams Keynes, and in particular connecting to Carlton Avenue for a northern passage. The cycle track from Marin down to Sprouts, I think it would be great to also consider a cycle track next to City Hall or on the City Hall triangle, so that Adams could connect to that all the way down to the southern Albany border. And so that's something that I was sad to see wasn't part of it, should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Ian McLeod. I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning Commission, speaking on my own behalf. You know, it's so much to digest from this presentation and all the different elements that it's really almost impossible to comment in detail. So I just like to kind of just restate general principles. And in terms of priorities, I would say establishing a complete and continuous network of protected bike lanes is the key as far as the cycling plan is concerned. I'm disappointed that the biking and rolling proposed facilities map was just shown briefly by the consultants and not part of the package. I mean, I think that's the key document to what we're trying to do here in this plan, is getting that network of protected cycling paths developed and continuous. It really should be part of the package and able for us to all view it, especially in advance. Regarding San Pablo Avenue, I think it's really important that we stay active and engaged. It's not an immediate capital improvement project by any means, but of course, ACTC has to hear from us that it's a priority, and we have to get that planning process rolling, be part of that planning process. Otherwise, it will take forever. We can't sit on our hands and just be passive. We have to be actively engaged in that process with ACTC, Caltrans, and our neighboring cities. The other thing I'd like to say is that, you know, when it comes to trade-offs, it's just kind of really overly simplistic to say it's bike lanes versus parking. There are so many net positives in terms of trade-offs for bike lanes. Streets are safer for all users. It lowers our carbon footprint, reduces pollution, reduces air pollution, makes our city less congested, makes it quieter. It supports new housing. It gives parents and kids a great network to get around town, and they will love it. Parents and kids want to go around on their bikes and their cargo bikes with kids in the back. We should be supporting that 100%. It supports transit-oriented development, gives residents better options to go car-free, and it makes for a more resilient local economy. The trade-offs far outweigh any negative that can come from loss of parking. And I think we also need to communicate the ATP better. You have to have a statement of general principles, statement of goals and objectives, how it dovetails and how it implements elements of our general plan and our climate action plan. I've found that the sort of statement of goals and principles has been lacking the entire process, and it really needs to be at the forefront of how this is presented. I don't know what document form this is going to be in, but the last ATP was much more comprehensive in that sense. It laid out why we're doing it, why it's important, what the goals are, and what the benefits are. I think you need a much better general statement on that, on all those things. So please incorporate that into the next presentation. Thank you.
Any more speakers? No one from the audience, so let's bring it back to the council, and we have one more speaker.
Hello, Max Klein. I live on Portland Avenue next to Keynes Avenue. I would just I agree with the previous comments that having a complete network is very good, so that the pieces connect nicely. So, as well as many others, I strongly support the Keynes and Adams network, so that we can continue to have something that's complete and going through. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Okay. Discussion from commission members.
First, can I suggest like an organization for our discussion? Like, I have a lot of comments. Some of them are high level, some of them are specific to project descriptions, some of them are specific to prioritization, then we have the trade-offs. I'm wondering if it would be best, instead of typically we each kind of go through our list, that we discuss one topic at a time, for instance, priorities, and then project discussions, or should we just go one by one?
Thoughts?
I think I like the idea of us kind of splitting it up so that whoever is the last doesn't end up getting their time cut. So yeah, I like that idea. If maybe either you or our chair today wants to provide us some guidance on like moving through this, and we all kind of talk rather than going one by one.
Those sound like good ideas. We've gone past the time we allotted to ourselves. What are we trying to come out of this meeting with?
Yes, well, that's a question we've asked. So,
My thought on the best way forward with all of this, because the high level of detail that we're talking about and the impossibility of really talking about 28 projects in the next hour or two, we can't do that. We can't go there.
That's not my plan.
Well, we can't go there. So my thought would be to just talk, as you started to say, at high-level recommendations in terms of the way the report is written and recommendations within that for going forward. So I'm very reluctant to get into any kind of detail on this conversation.
That seems like an abdication of our responsibility to me.
Not at all.
Okay.
I think high-level recommendations can really change the format of the report. I'll go ahead with my recommendation now, and that is to recognize that the rubric that's used for setting the priorities is flawed. The community input is not really a scientific process. And the first two categories could be rated higher, be somehow given a higher weighting, and then the community input would have a little bit of a lesser impact. Concerned that the number of community input dropped off throughout the course of the survey, that the final questions were not even addressed by much more than 100 people. And I'm also concerned that the 588 people who completed the first survey may have been duplicates. So I think we can just sort of take less weight on community input and let the priorities fall out that way. That's my recommendation on how to reset priorities instead of talking about individual
Interesting.
preference.
To add on to that, another thing I would like us to consider with how the prioritization is done, particularly that piece with the public kind of ranking, is that something else that I noticed when I was going through the list of priority or projects is some of those projects were really similar, and so they could have been splitting the vote in a way. For instance, there was like a specific thing about Talbot Avenue streetscape or pedestrian access, and then there was a separate one but that was between Marin and Solano. And then there was a separate one that was like Cornell Elementary School access improvements. And there's a lot of overlap between those. And so, I think that kind of along that same thing is like, some of these projects are very similar to each other. And so it could be hard for the public to be ranking them separately or, choosing one over the other when really they're kind of the same project. The other one was the Talbot Avenue pedestrian corridor. So Talbot Avenue pedestrian corridor and Cornell Elementary School access improvements are very, very similar. So I agree that we should not be weighing the ranking of the public as high as some of the other tools that you have for deciding prioritization.
I think we can effectively incorporate both of these comments in our recommendations for prioritization. For example, if we find it important for Solano is one of those with multiple components to it. We can call, if this makes sense, a complete streets and have the Solano complete streets be the priority, which
include all of those
correct.
Different pieces. Yeah.
Right. So I think we, with this discussion, have that in mind when we choose our priorities. Mm-hmm. And then also just generally, I think that this discussion really does deserve as much time as it needs. My bedtime's 8:30, so I'm probably the first one who wants to go home. But I want to stay for this. This is one of the most important things we're going to be doing on the Transportation Commission. And given that we won't have another chance to see it, which I would like, I think that the Transportation Commission should see the draft before going to council. That's just all the more reason that we need to provide our full comprehensive input during this meeting.
I'd like to make another process suggestion. Another way to move on with our agenda and still give the input that many of us have would be to have a subcommittee come together and come up with a proposal of priorities and bring that back to the next Transportation Committee. That would take it off the timeline that we're working against tonight.
Yeah, but I don't know if we need, we're not necessarily prioritizing like from 1 to 50. We're doing like buckets of, in my mind, it's like buckets of prioritization, right?
So just getting through what those buckets are
Okay.
is going to take more time than we have tonight.
Okay, yeah.
We have 7 members of this commission when it's fully up and running, correct? So a subcommittee can be no more than 3 people. It's kind of tough to do this until John Mickey appoints another person. I'm not sure exactly how that conflicts. I mean, what do the rest of you guys think about a subcommittee? Would you like to be on one?
I feel, my thought is that I don't know, would the subcommittee then come back and present to us, and then we would still have a pretty lengthy discussion, I would imagine. So I don't know if it's really going to change the discussion that we're going to have, in my mind. If we're going to do anything, I would say that we have general themes that they can start working on, and then we maybe agendize a more detailed prioritization at the next meeting, but at least give them something to work on. This idea of maybe rethink how we're prioritizing these things, and there's a couple other high-level things that I know I have, and I'm sure you all have. So maybe we could give that information to them, and then have a separate meeting that we go through more detailed prioritization of the actual projects and programs.
What I am hearing is that there seems to be a general consensus of the commission that we need to aggregate some of the issues up to a more workable number, like less than 10. And that perhaps we could have a subcommittee do that and bring that back, but do we want, or, so there's two choices. We can form a subcommittee, and they can try to aggregate up some of the issues to something that's more manageable, or we can try to hash it out now. Thoughts?
If we could come to some agreement about the aggregation, then asking staff to come back with what that looks like, that would be acceptable to me.
And so you're suggesting we continue on to try to do that now?
I'm saying that's one option. I'm not sure that's going to take a small amount of time.
I don't understand the aggregation option, but do both of these options at another meeting? And I think it would be important to know from the city if we have that time, first of all.
Yeah, or that option. Could that be an option, is that we give you kind of high-level stuff to start working on now, and then we have a separate, at our next meeting, we go into more detail, or are we getting too much in the weeds already? This prioritization thing.
Well, if you're not ready to make a recommendation, which it sounds like you're not, that the feedback I'm hearing so far is that we're not there yet. But I would like to understand a little more. So far, I've heard our community input portion of this. You've given us some direction to go back and think about how we incorporate that and how we weight that. That's the only piece I've heard so far of what we need to work on. So if I could at least better understand our other two metrics that you have feedback on, is there other issues that you want folded into how we're prioritizing that you're not seeing yet? So I understand a little bit more the breadth of what you're asking.
Yeah. I would say that, echoing what several of our community members said, and it was something that I had also written down, is keeping in mind this idea of creating a complete network for cycling would be one thing. So I don't know if that could be part of the prioritization, is like, how does this fit into creating a complete network for cycling infrastructure? And the other one would be, prioritizing the school access. So, any project that is going to improve safety and access to walking and cycling for our students, I think that should automatically get a bonus prioritization, so that we can make sure our students are safe. I've emailed everybody about the issues we've had at Cornell with at Marin and Talbot Crossing, at Solano and Talbot Crossing. So we know that there's some significant challenges and safety issues, and so I think that anything that has to do with our schools should have a extra prioritization bonus point.
I think, again, that's something we could incorporate into our prioritization tonight even.
Yeah.
So I think we continue with the goal of developing a list of priorities that includes that kind of stuff. It sounds like it's within our roles on the Transportation Commission to use the ratings as a guidance and then use our judgment to take it from there. I think we have the ability and the information to make those decisions tonight, and I think we just go for it, get as much as we can, because at this point, I'm not sure we know exactly what we would be deferring to another meeting until we just get into it.
So should we say that oh, go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry, you guys are having a really good discussion. Really great comments. To try to make it easier for this group, I've been on a community body like this in my own city where we had to rank things. And like Ellen, you just said, what we came up with is meant to be a guide to help you kind of make those decisions, but you can put whatever recommendations you would like on there. So one way you could look at this is you could say, we would like you to reevaluate by giving schools an extra point and by giving the community ratings half credit because it wasn't very many people. We could certainly do that and revisit some of the methodology. If that is easiest for this group, that's great. One thing I would encourage maybe is to not get too deep into nitpicking the methodology, but more kind of take what that shows you and group the projects however you would like and say, well, this was a great way to think about it, but we think the top 5 projects should be this group because we think schools should have more weight and because we think there may be too much weight on this factor. So it could be you could look back and redirect us to reevaluate based on changing the criteria, or you could take what we did and say we want to build on that by saying this is, and one last point I wanted to make was don't feel like you need to get into this is number 1, this is number 2, this is number 3. You could put it in buckets or tiers and say, we think this collection of projects could be the top 5 for the bikeways or the top 5 corridors. And this next group of projects could be the next tier, because I know sometimes it can slow the group down to try to say, well, this should be 6 and this should be 7 and this should be 8. So just a few thoughts of how you could break it into smaller, more manageable groups.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I think the way I'm thinking about this, and this goes back to my prior experience on the Finance Advisory Committee, is every year we would labor over the details of a budget. And none of that really had any significant impact in the end. What we're talking about is priorities that are going to change over time, and I wonder if we could just simply acknowledge the fact that these are priorities as we see them in this moment in time. Priorities will change, situations will change, all kinds of things are going to impact the actual implementation of these projects. For us to spend a lot of time and get really wrapped up in an in-depth, although probably informative discussion, is not going to really take us anywhere. So I'm really hoping we can close this discussion out within the next 10 minutes and recommend that we move it ahead with some basic recommendations, some revisions to the format.
Yeah, following on that, I agree. I think we could each make 2 or 3 suggestions. Then Justin can compile those suggestions and we can approve what was given to us. And then we can move on, because the reality is this is going to change a lot over time as these processes develop and we encounter snafus that we didn't think about in the first place. And I think we've got something that's usable now, and I certainly don't want to go back and reinvent the wheel. And I can tell you all about, social choice theory, and we went through that actually when we decided to do ranked choice voting in this town. I was getting a sense of deja vu. I'm sorry, I thought I turned that off. So I would say, let's keep it simple and move on. If people each want to make 3 general comments and then we can accept this, then I think in the long run that would be the most parsimonious thing to do.
I think we still need to talk about the details. We've been asked to prioritize the recommendation. What are we here for? Recommendation that the Transportation Commission recommend program inclusive and program prioritization inclusive of changes recommended by the Commission. Again, this is the last time that the Commission's going to see it, unless my request to see the draft, we get to see that. We need to talk about the details. We've been talking about how we're going to talk about this for probably 15 minutes, so let's just get into it. I can start.
Hang on. We haven't made that decision yet. So, Commission, we sort of have an idea that we would each make a small handful of comments and then move on. I personally don't have a problem with sending this up to the City Council, and I don't think we need to see it again. But maybe that's just me. So, thoughts? What do you think?
I think it would be helpful to see the draft and review the draft. Is that the question we're answering right now?
No, the question
Sorry.
is, we want to try to, well, when I approve the project and program prioritization inclusive of changes recommended by the Commission, I'm fine with each of us suggesting a few changes. That seems to me it's the request.
Let's do it.
So,
When you say a few, you mean 3, just like the public was given?
yeah, before.
I'm sorry, I can't fit my comments into that.
think we just start, let's get going. Let's stop talking about how we're going to talk about it.
There's 2 more people who want to weigh in.
I mean, I'll keep this very short because I feel like there's, a lot going on. But I mean, what if we did a compromise and we took the bike and rolling list and separately the pedestrian and trail list and just looked at like top 10 grouping, middle 10 grouping, bottom 10 grouping, and say like, if there's one that we think needs to be moved down a group or up a group, and we look at it at that level rather than the individual level, so that we're kind of doing a compromise of both.
Sounds good.
Because again, I don't think we need to go first, second, third. I think, this is the top 10, middle 10, bottom 10, top 10, middle 10, bottom 10, and we can look at the list that they've already provided where it has their total ratings, and just do that. Does that feel like a compromise or no?
It sounds like it's more of a tiered approach
Yeah.
rather than a specific
Individual project approach.
1, 2, 3, 4 ranking. Yeah. Kind of like how Pete suggested with the tiers.
Yeah. We won't go down the list and talk about every single project. We'll just each look at like the top 10, and if there's something that we think belongs in the middle 10, then we would say, I propose this gets moved down a tier.
The whole tier would get moved down?
No, that one project.
The one project, okay. So just identifying projects that we think need moving.
Yeah, moving to a, like, not one by one, but like to a whole different tier. Yeah.
How many projects do you have in mind?
Well, I probably only have like 2 or 3 that I think need to move at a tier level.
I have like 4.
Yeah. So
I have
they're
5
probably
buckets.
Probably the same ones.
I have 5 collections of projects that I think should be prioritized.
Okay.
And 1 program that I'd like to propose.
So. How should we move forward, Chair?
I think
Chair.
some small number of moving projects around is fine, 3 or 4. 3 you had suggested. I think if Ken really wants to go into much more detail, he could, put that in writing and send those suggestions to council, or specifically to the person who appointed you.
This is the body that I was appointed to bring up these issues and discuss them in.
Well, maybe you can share your comments, and it might be the same stuff that Ellen and I were going to talk about.
It could be.
So, somebody needs to go first and try to hold your each
Yeah. That's fine with me.
I can't make my comments and discuss an added program in 5 minutes.
Well,
I could do one or the other.
The first, but not the second.
Okay.
And then when do I get to propose the program?
We previously had a discussion about I think this.
First of all, you're not on mic.
We just had a discussion about whether or not something had been agendized or not. Does this program you're suggesting fit within the concepts that were in the agenda?
Sorry, we're
Staff
talking
already made
about
a
the difference
determination.
of having 5 minutes of talking, and then we're continuing to spend at least 2 minutes talking about how we're going to talk about this. So this makes no sense. Let's just start talking.
Okay, let's start talking, but let's try to hold it.
Maybe we each get our 5 minutes, and then we can review for more time.
Fine.
Ken, why don't you lead us?
Great, thank you, if that's all right. I think the Albany Greenway Paths project, ID number 14 on the pedestrians and trails projects, should get the highest prioritization. The second highest prioritization from my standpoint is the Upper Marin motorists separated bikeways, Biking and Rolling Project 25. The Solano from Masonic to Tulare Complete Street Project actually really intersects with pedestrian projects 18, 19, and Biking and Rolling Project 16. That would be the third priority. My fourth priority are the Village Creek Path and Adams Carlson Bikeway connection, or San Pablo two-way cycle track, essentially San Pablo Avenue corridor separated biking facilities, which also I agree with the caller, Brian Martin, about, and others about, like Ellen, about including the ratings for San Pablo Avenue in the, spilling those over somewhat to the parallel routes projects. Fifth priority is the bucket that holds all the improvements around the schools, both pedestrian and biking. So that's pedestrian projects 31 through 34 and biking rolling projects 12, 18, and 25. I cede the rest of my 5 minutes if I can come back later to my program.
Okay.
I think that those, if we're going through the tier system, I think the only thing that really would be a different tier then is the Upper Marin motorist separated bikeway. That is currently rated like in the middle section.
Well, is this part of your 5 minutes?
Oh, I mean,
well,
it can be.
just-
I don't really care. Sure, it can be part of my
Go
5
on,
minutes.
I just-
Okay. I don't have a preference for one by one. I think that when I'm looking at this, I've said, I think, you know, I feel like the priorities should be around the school, the Ohlone Greenway, Solano Avenue, Marin Avenue, San Pablo Avenue, the things that people are using a lot and everybody is using, the schools, and then you know, thinking about that kind of creating a full network. When I look at the list of things that are on, like how they're prioritized in the document that was given to us, I'm generally in agreement that, you know, that if I'm looking at like top 10, middle 10, bottom 10, I do have some differences in opinion about, you know, the exact order that things are in. But I agree that a lot with what Judy said, which is a lot is going to change over the next months, and some of these things that I think maybe should be number 1 versus number 2 might switch to number 1. You know, 2 is number 1. So I'm not going to get into those details now. But I really think like top priority for me is the area right around the schools. Specifically Cornell, which we have heard multiple times is a huge issue. That definitely needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. And that's all I want to, that's my comment.
All right, so thank you, Sarah. Ken, building on that, I think I agree with the priority for schools. So if there's any way we can incorporate this into the plan, those are all, I think those are all in the earliest stage. So if we could put extra emphasis on those school-related projects to like fast track those as a higher priority, it's harder for me to give explicit direction on this because of just not knowing exactly how you guys would plan on implementing these. But if that makes sense to you of having some kind of emphasis on those earlier stage programs or projects around the schools, just to emphasize their importance and fast track the thought. Does that make sense? Or is that something that would make sense to be included in the plan as emphasizing desire to prioritize the planning of the school projects? Makes sense for something to include. Maybe. I think I think it's hard to, it sounds like we're not going to be able to get to a place where we're going to kind of emphasize our priorities. So we're going to have to end up relying on the rating system which exists, which is fine, because I think for the most part we agree generally with it, and I do too, aside for these a couple exceptions, which I'll point out. So I would say with that in mind, we should kind of generally keep like the tiered priorities that have existed in these lists for simplicity, with the exceptions that we're talking about tonight. So just to emphasize one of the projects that I forget who exactly mentioned it, but Upper Marin, it's currently a 6 with 222 for each of those categories, and I think justifiably it should be an 8. I think it should be considered a 3 for access and connectivity, considering that it's a major east-west corridor, of which we don't currently have a high comfort network for the complete section. So I think that meets what the rubric says is a substantial gap. And then I think it should be considered a 3 for safety and comfort, considering the significant difference that exists between the existing conditions being, yes, it is a bike lane, but it's, given the existing traffic conditions, it's so far from being acceptable for all ages and abilities. So because it has such a substantial gap, I think that should be considered a 3 for safety and comfort. And then also an element of the safety and comfort was the phase 1 level of stress ratings, and I believe that one is considered low comfort based on the charts from that in the color. So being a low comfort, I think that should be a 3 as well. So that's why I think Upper Marin should be kind of shifted up the list. And then in the same kind of vein, for the pedestrian paths, I think the Marin Elementary School improvements, that's project ID 31. Currently it's a 6 because of the 1 being community input. But I would suggest it being bumped up to a 7 or 8 because while the survey results might not reflect it, we've heard a significant amount of comments, emails, just even outside, unrelated to any specific discussions, but we constantly hear the urgency for school improvements. So, I mean, even if it were possible, I would give the safety a 4, but that's out of the rating. So I really think Marin Elementary School should be bumped up as well. And then the public commenter, Brian, made a great point about the hillside and potentially getting a lower amount of community input from that region of the city. So I would say that the community input should be considered at a higher level, and that should also be bumped up the list. I'll be really quick about the project description side of it, because I know that that's really what gets fleshed out in the future. But just to explain why I think it is important to talk about now is that this is going to be our important document that's going to be referenced in the future. So everything should be, as much as we can, should be included. So I'll try to be quick about this part of it. I've already talked about it a couple times, so hopefully this isn't new information, but based on the NACDO, the application of the NACDO guidelines with the existing traffic data, I think there are a couple streets that might need to be double-checked. If you could just confirm that the facility selection meets those requirements, and it might be because we're using different edges of that range, or maybe a different speed data. Like I did use the 85th percentile data, but if you could just look back and double check, what I've noted is Adams, Keynes, Talbot, Key Route, Washington, and Curtis. I believe that all of those need traffic calming in order for them to be acceptable for actually both the bike lane and the bike boulevard, now that the third edition recommendations are for 20 miles an hour rather than 25 in the last edition. So also speaking of project descriptions, there's a couple projects that I think should have a bike boulevard considered. And again, we're not making decisions now, but I just want it to be able to be in the plan as an option, as one of those ors. And that would be adding a bike boulevard option to Adams, Keynes, and to Talbot. And then my last comment for the descriptions page is that there's 4 columns with check marks, and I'd like to see traffic calming be one of those categories to be checked, and the traffic calming would be based on what's needed for those NACTO guidelines, and I think that that would end up applying to many of the projects. I can provide more specific comments in order to save time separately. I'd also like to, so the pedestrian projects have intersection improvements as specific projects, and just knowing how it could take a lot longer of time to roll out an entire street. I could see there being benefit to also having specific intersection projects for the bike and rolling. So throughout a lot of the public comment, we've seen the importance of intersections, especially along Keynes and Adams. But I understand that if we're talking about intersections along an entire segment, you might as well just do the whole project, right? So I don't know if that applies there, but if I had to pick 2 priority intersections to break out as their own bike rolling intersections, it would be Marin and Santa Fe and Solano and Talbot, which both have their own pedestrian intersections. So maybe it's not so much creating new projects for the bike rolling network, but rather saying that these intersection improvements are inclusive of both pedestrian and bike rolling improvements when you're, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like the pedestrian, for example, I'm pretty sure pedestrian project for the elementary school, Marin Elementary School access improvements includes intersection improvements. So this would be, that's inclusive of the intersection I just mentioned of Marin and Santa Fe. So my suggestion would be either creating a new project for the bike rolling intersection or incorporating bike rolling into this existing project for pedestrians at that same intersection, since it's same location. I absolutely agree and appreciate the inclusion of all the projects being listed. And so I like the way that Pete described it, that they'll be in the appendix. So definitely want to emphasize that. I agree with the program priorities that ended up kind of shaking out to be the top 3. I'd also like to see lighting be bumped up because of how impactful it is. I think we saw it in the CIP when we reviewed that earlier last year. There were a number of projects that noted how lighting could very quickly and significantly improve the safety of an area, but it sounded like at the time there wasn't, it was a funding challenge. So I think for that reason it should be considered, what were the 3? I would consider that the same level along with the other top three that exist, even despite being a costly solution because of just how impactful it can be. And oh, to address one of the last public comments we heard about the trade-offs, I think I'd like to see not sure how you plan on formatting the discussion of trade-offs in the active transportation plan, but if we could incorporate our goals that we established in phase 1 into those trade-offs to include the things that were mentioned with like environmental benefits as benefits to improved biking facilities. So just kind of cross-reference our goals that we have already established with the benefits in the discussion about trade-offs. And then my last high-level comment is that I would like the Transportation Commission to see the draft before it goes to council. Thank you. I know that was more than 5 minutes.
Okay. So, Ken, back to you. You said...
I need a turn here. I just want to thank Parametrics for their work. It was a very comprehensive presentation. I think you hit all of the projects that are of value to the city, and I really appreciate your ongoing work. And I recognize that you come at a cost. You cost taxpayer dollars, so I want to acknowledge that your work is worth what we've got, and I hope that our comments tonight can only add to that. I've made one recommendation related to the rating, weighting of the public comment. That's really my only suggestion for any kind of change. I do agree with several of the comments that have been made by the other commissioners. Particularly, I would like to hear more about a project for railroad safety. I don't know if that's where you're going, Ken, but I think that is important, and I think it does belong in this report. So that's the end of my comments.
Your suggested program?
Michael, did you have any comments? No. Okay.
What about me?
I just want to make sure. Thank you. So in my question, I outlined some statistics. There have been 2 at-grade railroad deaths in the last 9 years in Albany, but in the corridor of Albany, Berkeley, and Richmond. Sorry, I'll bring this up in a sec. There have been quite a few more. There have been 20 to 22 deaths in the last 9 years between Albany, Berkeley, and Richmond that I have found in the news. This is not something that gets aggregated that I've found, except by the Safe Routes to School program, which notes that California is ranked #1 for trespass casualties in the nation. There were just over 1,000 trespass casualties in California during between 2016 and 2020, basically a 5-year period. There have been 47 trespassing-related collisions, almost all deaths, between 2011 and 2017 in Alameda County for 33 fatalities. It's not almost all, it's 33 out of 47 fatalities. We don't have an actual at-grade crossing in Albany. We have a desire path that people use to get across the rail. We also have angles that do not allow you to see trains coming, so that by the time you see or hear a train, it is too late to get off the tracks. So more deaths are just waiting to happen. It is true that the city does not maintain the railroad area. Fair enough. The city does have paths that go adjacent to the railroad. And we've created, through our processes, an elongated path to get over the railroad through active transportation. And so the desire is to cut that path short. We're talking about putting in a cycleway and getting more people on the street along Cleveland. This is just going to be more visibility of this unprotected area. The situation is along Cleveland, there is no fence. there's an unmaintained fence on the west side. When I started on this commission, the first two public work directors who I worked with thought it was Albany's responsibility to maintain the 6-foot chain fence, 5.5-foot chain fence. That is not currently the case, and there are often breaks in the fence, and there is a path that's beaten into the grass inside of the fence, showing where people go. I've seen people crossing. Anyway, the city can't change what's happening inside the fence or on railroad property, but the city could have a program to inform, to maintain the fence, to possibly improve the fence. And I would like to propose that program to prevent at-grade deaths or collisions as an additional program in the ATP.
Could I just suggest that you not prevent, but reduce the risk of? Some of those deaths are intentional, so people are going to find a way, so.
Fair enough.
Reduce the risk.
Reduce, yes.
Well, I think that's a worthwhile program, but I would suggest that we agendize that for a future meeting because railroad safety is really not part of the ATP, and bring it back as an item that's on the agenda at a future meeting. But I have doubts about incorporating it into the ATP.
We've heard from at least two of you about whether it should be in or be a program. What about the others?
I do find it relevant to include because when you talk about desire paths, that indicates something related to the existing paths that are there, right? If a certain path isn't working for someone, they're going to take a different path. Now, so I do find it relevant that preventing certain unsafe, illegal paths would be part of promoting the designated paths. I find it relevant to include in the plan.
I don't really have a strong opinion on this. I agree that this is something that we should be thinking about and talking about, but whether it's included in the ATP or not, I don't really have a strong feeling. Or if you make me vote on it, I can vote on it, but I don't.
So one way to deal with this, Michael, would be to throw it back to staff.
I was about to do that. So,
Okay.
Justin, what is your sense about this issue? From the staff's perspective, include it in the ATP or bring it back as a separate agenda item in a future meeting?
Well, if it's proposed as a program to consider as something that staff would develop, as we tackled that, it would be brought back to the commission to discuss how we would go about doing that.
So that means you'd rather see it as a future agenda item?
I would,
Seems like it's a meaty subject that's worth.
to the extent that
agenda
the
item.
active transportation plan will be setting priorities for which things staff should be working on, having this come within that context so I know how high a priority it is versus bringing it as a separate discussion item for the commission outside of what you've just prioritized, I think would make sense.
So you're suggesting leaving it in the ATP?
I would suggest discussing how high a priority this is amongst the other programmatic elements in the ATP so that I know how high a priority
All right,
this work
so
should be.
maybe very quickly, those of you who would like it to be in the ATP can suggest where it goes, and then we can wrap this up.
Yeah, I mean, it would go within the programs in terms of the ranking. I would put it below pedestrian visibility and the speed what is called speed management and enforcement. To me, those seem like more bigger priorities. And I'm not sure what all is included in intersection treatment guidelines. I forget what that is, so. Where would you like to see it in the list?
So I want to pick up on earlier comments about moving the lighting. I think the benefit should move to a 3 on lighting, and that should move up the list. I don't actually think developing intersection treatment guidelines, as I understand what this would be, is practical because they keep changing. I mean, the current state of the art keeps changing. And, I mean, we came to some agreement about sidewalk cuts, curb cuts, but there was a real need there. I think there's enough information out and about to address those issues as we go through improvements. Maybe I'm missing the boat here. I should read the description again, but I'm supposed to keep talking briefly.
What about the railroad?
Right. So the railroad, I would love to see that as a fourth top priority. I think it's a time issue, an attention issue more than an expense. There may be some education in it. There may be some, beating on the door of the railroad. But also, I think there are some small constructive things we could do. So I think it's a low-cost, high-benefit program that should be in the top 3 with speed management, enforcement, pedestrian visibility, lighting, and then rail safety, or reducing railroad deaths.
Judy?
No further comments.
I just wanted to kind of like put in a bow nicely, kind of like the reprioritization that we've talked about, in case it's been kind of convoluted. So considering using the same rating system, again, because we didn't, specifically spell out everything. It sounds like our shifts include Upper Marin Bikeway, which is ID 25. We are recommending go from a 6 to an 8. That the Hillside project should move up list. I don't think I determined an exact number, but the Marin Elementary School access improvements, ID 31, should go from a 6 to a 7 or 8. That Keynes and Adams projects should each increase in community input due to the San Pablo shifts that were discussed earlier. So with increased community input, those should go from 7s to 8 or 9. And then I think that summarizes what we talked about. Sarah mentioned the importance of schools. I mentioned the importance of schools. Most of those, other than the Marin one, are already in a top tier. So other than Marin being jumped up, and then maybe a comment to be added about fast-tracking improvements at schools and maybe considering more short-term improvements that can be done outside of an entire big project should be prioritized. So I think that summarizes what we talked about. And then I didn't want to ignore the public comment about Pierce Street, but it looks like that is, the south end of Pierce is a project, and it is a priority rating 6. So that's kind of the third tier, it looks like. So that's encouraging, but I don't see it in the tables that are broken out for the different phases of implementation, despite other 6 ratings being on those tables. I don't see the Pierce project. So maybe if staff could just take a look at that and make sure that the Pierce project is included on those breakout tables.
I have one more comment about the programs, because I didn't comment on programs earlier. I was just talking about prioritization, and I'll keep this really quick, but something that has been coming up more and more, both in our conversations, public conversations, and then I think it will become even more of an issue in the near future, is the e-bikes and the speeds of the e-bikes. And so it's not explicitly stated in here. Maybe it could be, I'm thinking speed management enforcement is probably more related to vehicles. But, I think that, and maybe it could also be kind of combined into education programs, but I think we need to have clearer signage on Ohlone Greenway about what the speed limits are and diverting those high-speed, they're not even really e-bikes, they're like kind of a motorcycle style, really, because you don't have to pedal, that those need to go on the street. I think that there needs to be some sort of program that is addressing e-bikes and these non-e-bike, what are they called?
E-motos.
Yeah, thank you, those. Because we've heard it from our community members in previous meetings, and I hear it in the news that this is becoming more of a thing, and I think our city needs to have a strategy of how to address this and get in front of it, so that we're not trying to figure out how to deal with things after the fact. So I don't know if that needs to be a separate program or just explicitly include it in some of these like other program strategies, but I think that that's important to be thinking about and part of this.
Included, I would say.
Absolutely.
We're okay? So I would like to make a recommendation that Transportation Commission recommend that the City Council approve the project and program prioritization inclusive of the lengthy changes recommended by the commission.
A discussion?
I'll second it, and then we can.
Seconded. I would prefer to see the draft before it goes to the council.
I agree. I would like to see the draft.
Agreed.
I would not like to rework the draft, so I would like to, if we're going to go this way, and it appears we may, we could do it on the consent calendar. We could review it beforehand. If there are concerns about what you thought you said tonight and didn't get caught in the transcription, that it could be addressed offline and not another rehashing of this discussion next time.
How can it be addressed offline if it's on the consent calendar?
Well, I would hope that if it was on the consent calendar, the discussion would have happened, and any details would have been worked out ahead of time. So I'm just hoping we can move through it quickly. That's my goal.
I don't mind it being on the consent calendar. That's fine with me.
When it's on the consent calendar, does that, we're still able to discuss it, but would the public have access to the draft as well?
If you want to keep talking about it on the consent calendar, yeah, you can. So I'm just expressing my concern that I don't really want to belabor this another time. That's all.
Yeah.
If it's on the consent calendar, you can pass the consent calendar without going through the whole process.
Right.
But if a member of the public requests or a member of the commission requests, it can be pulled for discussion.
Okay.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good to me too.
Good idea.
Yeah, because we don't have any control over the members of the public, so it could be right back on our main agenda if anyone asks to pull it.
And I think that's probably exactly what we want. If there are elements of it that need discussion, then they should be discussed. And we'll see what happens.
I can tell you what happens. It's going to get pulled off the consent calendar. Oh, I don't see any point in putting it on the consent calendar,
Okay.
as much as I like the idea of streamlining the process. So where are we at? So I made a motion.
You had a second.
So,
We vote?
yeah, let's just vote on it.
Commissioner Hiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes?
Commissioner McCroskey.
No, and
Oh, she's
think-
voted.
she has voted, but did you vote for his original motion to not bring it back?
Let me
I
restate.
thought the original motion didn't include anything. Okay, yeah, please restate.
I'll restate it. It's the recommendation. I move that the Transportation Commission recommend that the City Council approve the project and program prioritization inclusive of the extensive changes recommended by the Commission.
Does that include the recommendation to bring the draft back?
No.
No, so we would need to, okay. I don't know how this works, but can I take back my, because I didn't understand.
Can we take the roll call again?
Did not understand.
Let's take the roll call again.
Commissioner Hiley,
No.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner McCroskey,
No.
Commissioner Zuba,
No, I want us to
Vice
see it.
Chair Barnes.
Yes.
Motion does not carry.
Motion fails, so what's next, Council?
I can propose an alternative, which is that the Transportation Commission recommend that the city prepare the rough draft, given the project and program prioritization, including the changes that we discussed today, and then share the draft with us and the public for it to go on the consent calendar once it's prepared, before it goes to City Council. Is that too long-winded?
Well, maybe we can shorten it up as a motion. Basically, you move that the revisions to the ATP come back to Transportation Commission for review.
Yeah, but not in this form, as the actual document, not as a presentation. It would just be given the draft document for us to review and look at, and then if there's any, issues, we can discuss them.
What would be the timeline for having a final draft we could review? That could be months, weeks?
Is that the next step, right? Are you taking it to the City Council between this step and the draft, and the final draft?
Our intention is to take this discussion to City Council. It sounds, if I'm reading the rejection of the prior motion correctly, that this body would like to see the revisions based on the comments that are made. And we can come back and figure out if that is in a more complete draft document form or just a revised.
Yeah, I don't need to see I don't feel like I need to see a revision of what we saw today. I feel like you can take this based on what we discussed and create the final document, or the draft proposed ATP. So I don't know if you are gonna go from here to the City Council and then to the final, and then create the draft, or are you going here, draft, City Council with the final document? What was the pathway?
Our intention was to have a study session discussion at council on the project list and prioritization, similar to you had tonight, for preparing a draft document that is provided to the council for their consideration for adoption.
I think our request is that after the phase 3 goes to the council, but before the draft goes to the council, the Transportation Commission is added to that process to see the draft.
But it sounds
That's my
like
understanding.
that's something that we need to ask the City Council then, not of the city, right? Because they're going to go here to the City Council, and then we can ask the City Council if they can have us review the draft. Right?
I don't know how that works.
So, once the City Council decides on the priorities, they probably don't want to know what we think of it.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yeah.
The process is create the priorities and then move that through our bodies and then write the document to match the prioritization that has been decided on.
I wonder if, can you move that?
Correct me if I'm wrong.
The difference of opinion I'm sensing, or the difference in potential direction, is whether you want to see a revised version of the priorities based on the extensive discussion before we have that council study session. I think it's a separate discussion. We need to figure out just timeline-wise, if you want to be part of the draft document review process, that seems to be a second.
A separate thing.
I think that sounds like what, at least I'm thinking of. Yeah, would like to see what we've discussed today, what comes of that, and I guess it sounds like it's not a done deal that we would see the draft, but would want to be part of that process if possible.
I think, if I understand correctly, we could participate. We could assume that everyone has gathered the comments and it will be adequately transcribed and it'll make it to a revised document that could then go to the council study session, which is a publicly noted meeting. We could participate in that at that time, and then it would go to the full council with our review at the council study session level.
Yeah, I agree. I changed my opinion. I don't think it needs to come back to us with the reworking of the prioritization. I think that we can just participate with the city council at their review. If there's something that we see in the documents that you provide with them that we think was not adequately addressed or whatever, we can take it to that meeting. I'm fine with that. So I go back to this. That's fine.
So you'd like to return to Michael's?
Yeah, but you guys can say what you want and then you can go there.
With the possibility, if it fits the timeline, for the Transportation Commission to be included in draft ETP before it goes to council.
Well, the public study session is before it goes to council. I mean, it's.
I guess my point is the draft is going to be inclusive of every phase of this project. So I would like to see how that all comes together and how it's portrayed in the final document.
Yeah, especially when you're talking about like the project descriptions and like that aspect, not that separate from the prioritization.
You know, there's a separation of duties and responsibilities between commissions and the council, and you're basically asking to be members of the council. So I don't understand what you're saying. I'm confused. We have a role here. We do that. And council gets to make the final decisions. But we can participate at the study session.
My understanding is that we help flesh out some of these details before it goes to council so
Which
that.
indeed we have done at length tonight, and I have trust that the transcription will capture what was said. But it really just comes down to a question of whether we as a commission and as individual commissioners trust the staff of the city to capture what we've said and present it to the council subcommittee, which would be reviewing this. A special study session, rather, is the word I'm looking for. If we trust that what is going to be presented to the subcommittee is a reflection of what was said here tonight, and I trust that would happen.
I think we all trust the city and the group that has been working on this. I don't think it's about trust. It's just about us being informed of the updates and, you know, like how is it all getting? How is what we've been discussing, which has been honestly has been messy, how is that getting translated? And I think that it's just I trust them. That's not where my desire to review it is coming from. Not a lack of trust.
About to speak?
I got 5 minutes tonight. I only get 3 minutes if there aren't a lot of people talking at council.
You mean in a study session?
In a study session.
Yeah, we should clarify that. I mean, we're certainly, as members of the public, allowed to come to the study session, and perhaps our opinions might carry more weight because we're members of the Transportation Commission, but our legal role is prescribed, I think, and, you know, this is getting into city attorney grounds. We're just going to be able to comment as members of the public unless there's some special stipulation made about the structure of the study session, that it's a joint meeting of the Transportation Commission and the City Council. I'm fine with just us participating in the study session because I think opinions would carry weight. We can modify the recommendation up there to say, add the fact that we will review the changes at the study session. there's a question for the city attorney about just exactly what the parameters of our role would be that would need to get flushed out. And if it could be a joint meeting, maybe the council would go for that, or the city attorney would. I think it's not necessary myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that by us approving this now, that we're telling the city council that we have adequately discussed it and provided the recommendations. And so, we've kind of signed off on things. So I agree that, I mean, either we need to have more of a discussion now, or we are okay with just being part of that study session and not, having it come back to us multiple times.
Well, it's not the role of the commission to create a final draft. That's the role of the council. So I think we've given the council plenty to chew on.
But I think that by us, having a motion and approving it, we're all saying that we feel that we have each provided the complete, all of our feedback and comments and everything. And I don't know if everybody feels that we have done that to the extent that they would have liked. Maybe that's possibly where some of this is coming from.
I think if there's still I don't think we're going to come to a resolution of this right now. I don't understand the complete legal stuff, that's for sure. But I think if we could just leave this open to just like defer it, table it as a possibility once we understand if this fits within, if reviewing the draft before it goes to council fits within the Transportation Commission's roles and responsibilities or not. I think hopefully we can just don't have to make a decision on that now.
I have an opinion about that. I don't think it's a matter for council. We have a right to review the document that is presented to council as our recommendation.
And that's what I would like to do, but I'm just saying it sounds like we're not going to come to that. If there is a legal aspect of it that we're concerned with, I don't think but my personal position is that I would like to see the draft before it goes to council so that we can see the full document inclusive of all three phases and how it's portrayed.
That's a big order. I mean, that is typically not the workflow of this city government. That I was a writer and an editor in an academic setting, and I used to say, you have to be very careful not to get stuck in endless editing loops, or things just keep going round and around and around. And so city has a workflow for how you avoid that problem. And we're asking for a deviation from what I think is a reasonable workflow.
Well, I think that's a question for staff. What is the workflow from here? These recommendations at some point go to council. Then the council makes some kind of determination. What happens next?
These recommendations, we're going to go to council for a discussion. At that point, after the council discussion, we'll have had council's discussion on each of the three phases of the project. That's when we would turn all of that discussion into a document reflecting the plan and bring that back for adoption. So
bring that back to the council for adoption?
yes, so I think we've got a couple of things here. One, you rejected a motion to make a recommendation tonight, it sounds like. So we could just move on. I have your comments, and I will need to figure out timeline, but presumably would bring it back to this body for an action, since you didn't make an action tonight, before we bring it up to City Council. The second piece of this is, it sounds like there is a desire at least to be presented with the draft document. We'll need to figure out timeline. We'll need to figure out if we're going to give a presentation on that, or just include distributing that to the commission as part of our review of the document before it goes to the council for adoption. But I hear clearly there's a desire to see the draft document and have an opportunity to provide feedback, at least to staff, on that, so we can work on what that would look like. And then I think the second piece is, if you're not ready to make a recommendation, which was voted down, we could just move on, and I'll figure out we bring that back for a future commission action since you.
I think with the understanding of what you just described, Justin, that you'll think about the best way, and if it's possible for us to see the draft, and we can move forward with the recommendation.
I think we should vote on this.
I actually want to voice something that I don't think I got a chance to voice, but others mentioned, was that I think all of the potential projects should be included in the list of prioritization.
So currently, as you described, it would be in the appendix. Is that what?
I would prefer that they were in one list, but if it has to be an appendix,
Well, I don't see that, that's fine, but we're not making it, at this point, it looks like we're not going to be making a recommendation. So
I think.
Well, no, I think we are, because what do we, if it comes back, I don't think we need, I don't feel like we need to come back and look at this revision one more time. I feel comfortable passing it on to City Council. And then us participating as
All right.
community members in that discussion.
I think you should make a motion.
Yeah, I think.
I
agree with
motion
that.
that the Transportation Commission recommend that the City Council approve the project and program prioritization inclusive of changes recommended by the commission. I can't make the same motion? Or,
You can.
okay,
You can. I second that.
let's vote. I think we just needed more discussion.
No,
before-
it's okay. It's okay.
We ready for roll call?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Double yes.
Commissioner McCroskey,
No.
Commissioner Zupa,
Yes,
Vice Chair Barnes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Our very patient consultant has been waiting to discuss item 4.2 with us. We have 25 minutes, and then we can extend our time. Do we have the,
Could I make a motion that we extend to 10:45 just to get things going so we don't have to stop in the middle?
second? Okay.
Yes.
Raise hands.
All right, so we're
Thank
on
you.
for 40 minutes. And that's, hope our brain power lasts. But Mike.
Thank you, Chair. I will introduce this item briefly and then hand it over. So just real quick background on this project. This is discussion on Jackson Street Bikeway. The commission last discussed this, I believe, February of last year. This is within University Village, south of Buchanan, along Jackson Street. This project really got underway with the graduate student housing project and the opportunity to take advantage of that off-site work there to start putting in a separated facility on the east side of Jackson Street. The other component that it's really building off of is work being done by Alameda CTC on San Pablo and on parallel bicycle routes on either side of San Pablo Avenue. And so this project has received some funding in conjunction with the Parallel Bike Improvements Project, but being led by city staff. So here's the project that was the graduate student housing project, completed a section of this with a wider concrete mixed-use pathway, Rose Street North. That section is the box in yellow here. What we're really focused on with the project that we're working on is the box in red to the north of that, to the left on the picture. That will continue that off-street bikeway on the east side of Jackson up to Buchanan Street, and it'll pair that with some on-street striping to make the connection south of Monroe to 8th Street. And it's really going to be looking to put a 8-foot bikeway with buffers It's relocating the existing fence line approximately 5 feet. And the context for tonight really is comments that we received at the commission discussion, which I'll hand it over to Andrew to talk through some options in response to those comments, but really looking at northbound cyclist as you approach Buchanan Street, how we transition from this facility that we're constructing to the Jackson Street shared facility north, and so how you make that transition safely. And with that, I will pull up the slides that were shared and introduce Andrew Lee to talk through some design options.
Good evening, Commissioners. Andrew Lee, Senior Traffic Engineer with Parametrics, here tonight to present the prior concept for Jackson Street and its interface with Buchanan, and then to present some new options that we've devised based on some of the comments received. So before you right now, this is Jackson Street. North is to the left. Buchanan is the intersecting street on the left side of this panel. So this is a concept that Commission saw about a year ago. It shows a concept that brings people on the northbound side of travel on this new bikeway onto Buchanan Street in order to facilitate the movement northbound on Jackson Street to cross Buchanan Street and proceed further northward. And so this concept, as shown with this green section on the right side of the drawing here, has a concept for a ramp down because the bikeway would be at sidewalk grade, 6 inches above the roadway, and therefore ramping down into a shared lane, which is indicated with the sharrows. It has a standard rightward transition for northbound Jackson Street before it converts into the 2-lane approach with the left turn pocket and through right lane. So this is standard traffic engineering practice to shift the through traffic to the right before the introduction of a left turn pocket.
Just for clarification, north is up in this photo, this diagram?
North is to the left.
North is on the left-hand edge.
Yes. North is to the left, east is upward. So based on a traffic review that our team conducted, we collected traffic counts, modeled the traffic operations, and found that the existing peak hour vehicle queues are likely to extend beyond the left turn storage lengths. This is pronounced with parent drop-off and pickup at the Ocean View Elementary School, and therefore we found that this concept was going to result in a high likelihood that the vehicle queue was going to block where the concept is introducing the ramp downward. And so in that vein, we were looking for alternatives that could alleviate this blockage of vehicle traffic and the bicycle traffic. Briefly, before we move on, so there's the traffic issue, which I just mentioned. There is also a bike box that's presented here. It is the recommended best practice for bike boxes that there be a section of bike lane leading up to the bike box, which is not present in this concept. And so that was one avenue that we explored. And then furthermore, we understand that we've received some public comment about the desire for the bikeway to essentially remain elevated through the corner. So we do see that there are options to further widen what would be the southeast corner in order to provide a larger transition area downward. If possible, this is indicated in that sandy pink color. So there is opportunity there. However, there are some other issues that we're aware of, the civil constraints in ramping down, and also some of the traffic operations that I'll be touching on later. So with that in mind, let's move on to the next slide. All right. So being that we're aware that the traffic queues on northbound Jackson Street are likely to block the ramp downward, this concept presents an extension of the bike lane all the way up to the ramp and maintains a separation between the bike lane and the vehicle lane. So we don't have the standard transition of moving the through vehicles into the rightward alignment before the left turn pocket. This is a design which is allowed by the MUTCD, which has more of a guided alignment indicated with the dashing, such that people who want to continue northward on Jackson Street do have some sort of indicator, but it's not quite as strong as a double yellow line that was shown in option A. This concept, option B, maintains the bike box at the head of the approach at Jackson Street, so it does facilitate people going through, positions them ahead of the vehicle queue so that they can enter the intersection first. And it has a particular requirement with bike boxes, which is that it has to operate with no right on red.
Sorry?
It has to operate with no right turn on reds, because the bike box establishes the right of way for people on bike to be in that storage area. And the way that it's striped and the way it's intended in the MUTCD is that motorists, drivers, should not be entering the bike box in order to make that right turn. They're also set back quite far from Buchanan Street, and so their sight lines are going to be a bit more constrained with that further setback where the stop bar is indicated right now. There's also a 2-foot center line shift that we found was necessary in order to fit in this 5-foot bike lane. And this is based on where there's a bit of a pinch point. If you look on the west side of Jackson, or the lower part of the exhibit here, you'll notice that the curb line bows inward, and so we had to try to maintain the necessary vehicle lane of about 11 feet in the southbound direction, and so that's why there's a slight bend in the center line. Nonetheless, we did run a turn model and found that large vehicles would be able to make this movement even with the center line shift. Next slide, please. Okay, option C carries forward the idea of a separated bike lane leading up to the intersection. However, it does not have the bike box. And it does present an interesting deviation from the right-of-way that's afforded from option B, which is that in option C, the bike lane is striped with a dashing. And per standard bike lanes or class 2 bikeways, people making right turns, the drivers making right turns, are in fact supposed to enter the dashed bike lane area. And this is intended to prevent what's called a right hook collisions. So people driving, their vehicles are intended to block people on bike in the bike lane. Otherwise, the likelihood of that collision is greater. So it does not afford the same level of protection. However, it does afford a little bit more storage space in terms of the northbound approach. There may be some benefit to the vehicle operations in that right turns are allowed, and the Buchanan Street signal phase operates with a relatively long green time, and so there is vehicle efficiency that's gained with allowing right turns on red. And the design as provided here primarily facilitates northbound through bicycle traffic with the understanding that while there is a westbound bike lane on Buchanan Street, most people on bike tend to use the multi-use path on the south side of the street instead.
Could you just clarify for me? I'm not an engineer and I'm not good at reading drawings. Is northbound traffic is clearly delineated? Is southbound traffic preserved, or has it become a one-way street?
Southbound traffic, which would be going from left to right on this exhibit,
Yes.
is still allowed. It is the southbound lane.
It narrows there, doesn't it?
It narrows as part of the existing curb line here, but it's indicated with that double line that is the center line. So the two-way traffic is maintained.
And northbound bike traffic would be using sidewalk?
So northbound bike.
Sorry, southbound bicycle traffic. Bikes coming into the school, where would they go?
So there is no dedicated southbound bicycle facility on the west side of Jackson Street.
You can only go home, you can't go to school.
So the intended operation would be, for one, there could be people on bike traveling southbound could be on the opposite side of the school, which I understand is not optimal. They could share the lane, share the southbound lane, or I would expect, particularly for younger children, they would ride on what's currently an asphalt path, but is intended to become a concrete sidewalk area.
Or potentially the school could open a bike
Or,
corral at the corner.
or I'll also posit that I believe there's a supplemental access gate on Buchanan Street farther to the west, and so they could enter via the two-way bike path.
So the bike parking is inside the perimeter of the school, and it's my understanding that they request that those riding bikes come in through the main front entrance along pedestrian entrances along Jackson, which are further along to the south. I don't believe they allow students to ride bikes in this driveway.
Right, they might need to think about, they could be flexible.
Probably
Yeah.
a security issue because they don't want strange people zooming through the interior of the school. That was at Thousand Oaks. They shut everything down at that school for that reason.
Can you remind me what it looks like further south, just below where this cuts off? My question is, are kids that are coming from University Village, are they intended to bike all the way up and intercept with this intersection and cross and then get to school? Or there's another place for them to cross further south to enter from the south side of the school? So this would only be kids who are like leaving northbound from school, or are southbound kids getting diverted through this intersection to get to the campus? Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah. So farther to the south, there is a marked crossing, and it's not in this exhibit. The path of travel, I will admit, is less than clear farther to the south as it interfaces with the school, because that's not in our design scope at the moment to make changes to the school frontage. I understand that there is a drop-off aisle, and then in front of the school, there's sort of a widened concrete area, sidewalk essentially.
Right.
Andrew, do you want me to jump in a little on this one?
Please.
So the last time we came to this commission, one of the things that we discussed was, I believe, relocating one of the crossings. So right now, there's an old parking lot that's located at the very south end of the school. It used to be the drive-through aisle in order to drop kids off. That was closed off with the rebuild of the elementary school. And now we have a crosswalk at a driveway versus a crosswalk kind of closer to where kids actually enter the school. And so we're proposing to move that crosswalk north by about 50 to 75 feet so that people from UC Village can cross and come across right where some of the outside parking that parents use, for example, for their children. There's some, sorry, it's late. There's some bike racks there. It also gives a chance for children to be able to get in through either of the two gates that are located there to get to the inside parking. And then on the kind of coming from the more northern half of the city or the north of the school, Andrew alluded to, we are looking at, there's an old kind of unpaved area that the school put some decomposed granite in that is not necessarily one that you can ride through, so we are proposing, looking at under this project, to more permanently install something that is a wider area so that the large amount of pedestrians and bicyclists that tend to congregate at this corner have a little bit more room to be able to come in together on the sidewalk itself.
I have another question that, at this intersection, what is the light timing for people who are going, are coming through this? So what I'm wondering is there a protected left-hand turn signal that cyclists could be part of? Because I'm asking because there's going to be bicyclists are going to be turning a sharp left to get on the south side multi-use path, and there could be also cyclists doing a wider left to get onto Buchanan. So what does the signaling look like there for that?
So the signaling at present has
Protected left?
turn signal,
Okay.
yes.
And is there a no right on red going eastbound on Buchanan? Wait, that's Buchanan, right?
That's Buchanan.
So that will that also be a no right on red?
I don't believe there's an outright prohibition on right turns on red for eastbound Buchanan. So nobody should be in the crosswalk during the northbound left turn. So that would include people on bike. So
Then how are they going to get to the south side multi-use path?
they should stay on the path and use
So they would just go up to the intersection and then cross.
with the parallel Buchanan.
So the only people who are using that left-hand turn are the people who are getting onto Buchanan.
That are the only people on bike making that left
right.
turn are trying to use the westbound bike lane on the north side of Buchanan
Okay,
Street.
got it.
And they would go with the vehicle face, the left turn vehicle face.
Got it.
Yeah, one of the challenges here is we've got the connection of two off-street facilities. That is our higher comfort, and we don't want to confuse matters too much. We do want to facilitate this northbound movement. So, but that is one of the balances we have to do with this, is make sure it's clear what you're supposed to do,
Yeah.
which direction you're going.
Got it.
May I jump in on one more thing before? I want to give some context to the timing on this. So we have a federal grant, or Alameda CTC has a federal grant that needs to be obligated before the end of the year. What that means is we still have to finish the design, get our right-of-way clearances. That means get all the easements and real estate finished with UC, and pass it through Caltrans in the next 6 months. So as much as I understand there's probably a lot of discussion we could have about how to look at the intersection as a whole and really dial into stuff. There are other projects that were discussed earlier tonight on as a priority list that covers this intersection. And I would hate to see us risk a $1.5 million project right now if we can't have forward progress. So it's not to say there's not things that we should be talking about tonight. I just want to give context to how far in the weeds and how that we do need, to the extent feasible, to be able to bring it back to something that's actionable on our part tonight.
So with that, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to say that to me, option B looks like the safest.
Wait, I think we still need to see if there's any public comment.
Are
Right?
there public?
We're still doing questions.
Okay.
I have a couple minor questions, if I may. If you're done. Okay. In the green area, the first bike symbol on the right, coming off of that bike path, it looks like a pretty strong angle between the verge and the on street. Is that on purpose?
It is illustrative at this point.
Fair enough. I'll leave it at that. Is there any separation, like bollards or physical separation between the bike lane and the street other than the striping that we see in either B or C?
No. If we want to explore that opportunity, the typical practice is that the minimum buffer is about 2 feet, and so that would necessitate further shifting.
I'm thinking about the case where there aren't 2 cars parked south of the striped area and hardening that area a little bit. Because if a cyclist comes off the path and expects a car to maintain the lane and the car doesn't expect a cyclist.
What I can offer,
this is a question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. What I could offer is that the placement of that ramp is illustrative at this point, and that it could be introduced with a gentler angle that is less sharp. Whether we can add any sort of raised feature, I think would require some realignment of the vehicle lane in order to provide a horizontal buffer to fit those posts in. Otherwise, they would be on the bike lane stripe itself.
I was mostly asking about something at the initiation of the lane, not a buffer.
Oh, I see. So you're talking about like where it's a hatch, that hatch area right there?
You answered the question already. I'm just answering a question right now. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll let the discussion continue, or the questions continue.
If it's that dashed area, yeah, we could put some raised stuff there.
Okay. Use your mic.
We have one person I saw at home. Oh, 2.
Go ahead.
Hi. First of all, thank you, commissioners and staff, for your heroic efforts powering through this epic meeting. This is Carrie Schulman, and as I previously mentioned, my daughter attends Ocean View Elementary. We regularly bike north on Jackson to get home from school, so we are really familiar with this intersection, particularly during high traffic periods before and after school. Given that this location is directly across from Ocean View, it is especially important to create a route here that is safe enough for children to navigate independently. Unfortunately, parents are often juggling many demands, which can lead to distracted or aggravated driving near schools. Given the volume of cars and the often tense conditions before and after school, it is not safe for cyclists, especially children, to share the road as they approach the intersection. I was surprised to see that there's no option to directly connect the crosswalk with the trail, so cyclists can cross without riding in the roadway leading up to the intersection. Please consider removing the barrier and adding a curb cut so cyclists can safely cross at this intersection. But if that's not feasible within this project, I urge you to move forward with option B, which would at least provide a dedicated lane for cyclists. Also, currently there are no restrictions on right turns anywhere around Ocean View, and cars regularly block the crosswalks around the school while waiting to turn right. Regardless of which option you choose, right turns on red should be banned. Right turning cars are by far the most dangerous thing I encounter while biking, and I think right turns on red should be banned in all school zones. Thank you, that's all I have to say.
Next speaker, go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. Ian McLeod again. I'm just puzzled by what I'm seeing here. I don't understand why the ramp has to come down about 100 feet or more from the intersection. Maybe the consultant could explain that a little better. Is that so it can facilitate cyclists who want to enter into the vehicle left turn lane and get into that box turn? Or what? I don't understand it. I don't see why the ramp wouldn't be much closer to the intersection, perhaps where the bend is on the other shared path. To shorten that distance where cyclists are adjacent to traffic. I think it's just kind of crazy to have this completely separated bike path and then cyclists then be thrown back into the lane next to cars. That's like, I mean, we have a protected facility here, and then you're taking it and making it an unprotected facility for the last 100 feet or more, and it just doesn't make sense to me at all, in the sense of that's not where you want to have your kids cycling. You don't want them in the car lanes where people are distracted, just like the previous caller said, turning right on their phones, whatever, talking to their kids or whatever. It just seems like you're throwing the kids and cyclists back into the chaos zone. So, we have this beautiful separated cycling facility, and then we're taking the cyclists off of that. Why can't that ramp be much closer to the intersection? I support option B much more than option C anyway. I do like the consultant's suggestion about the other corner, the southwest corner of Buchanan and Jackson widening. I've thought about that a lot, where that gravel path is now. Why not widen that whole set of that portion of the street where the street's 20 feet wide and make that a continuation of our shared bike path from Buchanan? Have that make a right turn to get at least closer to the school, and have that as a shared access for kids coming from the north, at least to get to the front of the school in a much more safe and protected manner. It boggles my mind when I see these kind of situations where nobody planned for this when the school was redesigned. And now we're throwing in all these ad hoc little solutions, and we have a project deadline, which I appreciate. But it seems like the whole front of the school, both sides of the street, should be dealt with comprehensively, and I don't know why that isn't in scope of work. I really think it's a great facility, but it just needs some fine tuning. And the goal is to keep cyclists and motorists completely separated. So that's where this shows me some sort of contradiction here in what we're trying to achieve. So thank you.
No more audience members. Okay, back to council.
Commission.
As I was saying, and I think there's a advantage to having light boxes in front, to having a clear line of lights, and everybody can see what's going on. So I really think there's a strong purpose for it.
Can we put option B up on the screen?
Do we put option B up? And I think the comments that were made about softening the degree of that curve by moving it up a few feet are very valid as well.
Yeah, I'd like to acknowledge that, and then also to address the question about the placement of the ramp. But for now, this is a sketch level concept, and we did look at opportunities to move the ramp further forward. One consideration is that we do need enough space for a person on bike to be on a ramp that does not obstruct the southbound bicycle travel on the pathway itself. So we could certainly move that ramp forward, that is northward. In fact, there's some potential opportunity to put it rather close to where the bike box is shown now, although I will note that there's a utility pole in that area, and so I can't overpromise about putting a ramp down that far to the north. The other thing is probably want to try to establish the bike lane before the rightward transition so that drivers are aware to not enter it. It could be rather abrupt if we don't establish that early enough. So that's yet another thing that we could try to work on. Regarding the possibility of the ramp down at the southeast corner itself, there are some civil constraints, but in terms of the traffic constraints, I did look at that. Now, northbound Jackson Street to the north of Buchanan doesn't have a bike lane. It's a shared lane. The southbound direction has the bike lane. And so one concern I have that is surmountable, but not at present, is that my preference for somebody, if they were to depart from that southeast corner and go through the intersection, that they have a receiving lane rather than trying to merge into a shared lane situation with northbound Jackson Street traffic. Even if you were to provide somebody a leading bicycle interval, a person driving could certainly overtake them. And so having a dedicated bike lane would be preferred. But there's parking right there, and there's residences as well. So more to consider, but it was certainly looked at.
Yeah, quick question. Now, this design, to respond to one of the questions we got from the virtual audience, does eliminate the right-hand turn from Jackson onto Buchanan. Now, in that situation at Marin School, if you're coming southbound on Santa Fe, when in school is in progress, there's a signal that comes on that says right-hand turn. I'm just concerned about people who aren't paying attention. They try to make the right-hand turn. There's adequate notification to drivers.
So the dynamic, we call them blank out signs, right turn on red. They're certainly eye-catching. They're intended to reinforce right turn prohibitions at set times. And in this case, this would be a right turn on red prohibition at all times. So in terms of cost effectiveness, a static sign would reinforce that message continuously. I'll say that. Now, that is not to say that you could install a dynamic sign to further reinforce that message, but that would be an extra treatment.
It would probably add electrical design you'd have to add, which obviously we don't have time for if we're trying to get the project done this year. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I quite like the current configuration of it. There's a lot of congestion around the southeast corner up on the sidewalk, and so I appreciate that this is separating that congestion earlier on. Along just down the street on Buchanan at Pierce, then also again Buchanan and Bay Trail. Those are really, really small sidewalk areas that have a lot of pedestrian and bikes coming together in one space, and those are really, really tough. So the approach to separate the cyclists from pedestrians as it's done here, I think is effective. So I like the configuration of it. If it's possible to harden the lane with a minimal buffer, a 2-foot buffer would reduce. Maybe that would reduce it too much in the 11-foot section. But if we could get away with like a 1-foot buffer, or I do think there's benefit to having it hardened, and at the minimum, hardening the hatched area.
I support B. I like that the lane starts back far enough so that the cyclist can negotiate with vehicle drivers before they're both at the intersection, and for the refuge reason on the trail. Would love to see sharrows in the turn lane, or a sharrow at least. Would love to see bollards supporting the hashed area to visually separate that out and clue in drivers. I would support banning right turns on red, of all turns, at least on this side of the intersection, and perhaps further. That's not in the scope of this project.
I'll kind of echo some of these other things, but I agree the no right on red going from Jackson to Buchanan and also going from Buchanan to Jackson. I think it's important to restrict right on red for both of those. I also prefer option B, but I think it's important to have really clear signage, specifically to tell people that if you are going to stay on the south side multi-use path, to continue to the intersection, because I have a real concern about people that left-hand turn turning into like a kind of a crazy multi-left-hand turning situation. I also just want to be like, I ask that you're thoughtful about the triggering light for cyclists to trigger the light, and make sure that it's not something where they're having to push a button, especially if we're having people that are turning left, and have that be clear signage. And yeah, I think just the signage, and I think it's important to have that southern side bike access to the school, so you don't have kids going all the way to this intersection and then trying to like get on the sidewalk and do tight turns. I think that's a really important piece. That's everything.
Anyone else?
I have a question about the timing of the light. Does the pedestrian light for the north-south direction, does that currently have like a leading pedestrian light? If not, if it's within this scope or perhaps in a different project, I think that would be a good suggestion.
It's a relatively new signal, so I'm fairly confident that the equipment has the ability to run it that way with the leading interval.
Okay, nice. Hopefully it would fit in the scope if it's not already timed that way to have a leading.
It's really not even in the design scope per se. It's more just a change in the operations.
I'm not sure off the top of my head whether there's a leading pedestrian interval now, but that's definitely something we can look at operationally, again, because I think the equipment there will support it.
We do not need a motion. This was providing information to staff. Unless there's any further comments, we are done with this item.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
All right, so
We've reached the end of the time that we agreed on.
should we
Let's do
continue?
15 minutes.
Okay, we'll continue for 15 minutes. I don't think we need to call the roll on that. The last item is reorganization. I'll just say that I think it's better to do the reorganization when our commission is fully staffed. So it's possible, or I want to suggest the possibility of delaying the reorganization until John Mickey provides us with another member. I don't have strong feelings about it. We can do it tonight. We can wait for John to give us another person. Realistically, a person who's new, who has not been on the commission yet at all, probably would not want, nor would it be suitable for that person to be the chair, maybe the vice chair. That's just I don't, like I said, I just wanted to put that out there, but I'm happy to defer to the members of this commission.
I'm ready to nominate somebody, so we could see if that goes through, and if not, then delay.
Well, it sounds like we want to go ahead, so I'm fine with going ahead. Okay, let's go ahead.
I would like to nominate Ellen. I find that she always comes very well prepared to our meetings, and I feel like she will do a good job keeping us on task and on time. So I'd like to go ahead and nominate Ellen as our new chair.
Your second, I'll second.
Okay.
Right.
So should we vote on it? We've got a second.
Commissioner Hiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr, Commissioner McCroskey,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuba,
Yes.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Yes.
Thank
Motion
you.
carries.
Hey, Vice Chair.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Sorry?
I was saying congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Let's have this conversation in a year. Vice Chair. Any recommendations?
I'd like to nominate Michael to continue as vice chair.
I'll do it. So I'll guess.
I was going to nominate you, Judy. You don't?
No, thank you.
Okay. Then that's fine with me.
Anybody else interested?
I would certainly do it, but if you're eager to do the job,
I'll, do have a motion. You need to vote on me first.
Nobody has seconded, so you can decline.
Oh. I'll decline.
I would nominate Ken for vice.
I'll second that.
thank
Okay.
you.
Can we go
Ready for a
over?
roll call?
Yes.
Commissioner Hiley,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr, Commissioner McCroskey,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuba,
Yes.
and Vice Chair Barnes.
Yes.
Thank you. I have trouble manipulating my fingers and talking at the same time. Yeah.
All right, hang on. We're almost done. We have announcements, suggestions for further items. Announcements. Any announcements? Anyone? Yes, there's no announcements. Recommendations for agenda items?
Proposals for agenda items. Well, we tabled Solano Avenue segment naming.
yeah.
So I would propose that one, and I got agreement over here. We got some requests from through emails over the last couple of weeks. There was a request for an exploration of the shelter crash, the bus shelter crash at San Pablo Avenue in front of the Belmont Village Garage, and whether that's an issue of design of the street. We got a request from a resident of the 900 block of Canes who said that confusion still reigns on their street, and I've noted that the paint is fading for the bike markings on the street. And we got a request for retiming of the lights on Marin.
Yes.
So those basically go to staff and our new chair and for consideration.
Something I would like to add, and I can't remember, I feel this has come up a few times and also tonight, and I can't remember where we landed, but also just the signage on Ohlone about speed limits and then diverting faster bicycles to, like, what is that, Masonic? There was like a reason why we weren't doing it right now, but I think that that's something that is an easy project that we should discuss and move forward with, and also painting. I mean, I don't know if we want to do that now because I think there's the Ohlone Greenway maybe getting some updates, but I think the signage is like needed, and we've heard so many people come and talk about issues of speeding on that area. I think it's important to kind of address it in that way.
Now, we did have a discussion of this problem several months ago, and perhaps we should get an update to see if the previous recommendations have all been implemented. I'm not sure they have been.
No, there's no signs on the Ohlone, as far as I know.
Okay, anything else? No, seeing none, we are adjourned.
Yay.